Temporary.
There we go. We're in there now.
Okay, so yeah, it won't. Yeah, it looks like there's a Facebook issue. Okay, there we go. We're live everywhere now. All right. Yo, sorry we're late. Had a little business to attend to this morning. We're gonna start the show a little bit different. So hang tight, and we'll get to all the stuff you're here for shortly. All right, we're show starts in about 20 seconds or so. Hey, welcome in. We're going to start the show a little bit different today. We'll get to what you're here for. We'll get to the Kings and WrestleMania and the Final Four and all of those different things. James is going to be with us, as he always is. He's going to be live from New Orleans. We'll talk to Matt George as well, but it would be disingenuous of us if we started the show in any other way than acknowledging what's happening in our city right now. And KC, I didn't realize this until just a couple moments ago. Of all of the shootings in 2020, Sacramento has had two of the worst four. February 28th, 5 people were killed, and everybody is well aware of what happened over the weekend, where 6 people were killed in downtown Sacramento and a number of others wounded. And this is where you get into thoughts and prayers, and one side starts to argue for this and one side starts to argue for that. And I know we all have our feelings on it. I know I certainly have mine, but man, this certainly hits a little bit differently when you're arguing stuff that's happening in your community. Mm-hmm. You know, the stuff hits a little bit differently. You know, when one of your partners, Barry Axius, is called out to action when this stuff happens. You know, this isn't in some random, part of the United States. Like this is blocks away from where many of you were last night. This is blocks away from where many of you are going to be tomorrow. This is blocks away from where some of you live. And Casey, I don't know the appropriate way to address stuff like this. You know, when we're on the air and we get the verdict out of Minnesota about the cop that killed George Floyd. I know how to react to that. Mm-hmm. When we see the Bucks walk off the floor in the bubble, during that situation, I feel like I know how to react to that. Man, when you see people in your community, murdered like this, I don't know what the proper response is for us.
Yeah, I would think, because I'm just thinking to myself, I mean, it's a lot of different responses. It's sadness, sorrow, it's outrage, frustration. All those things are feelings that you go through in these type of situations. And it's just, you mentioned about it being in your own backyard, right at home, and it's just surreal to see this. It's surreal to see CNN reporting live from K Street. You know what I'm saying? Like that's crazy. That's crazy to see when, once again, like I said, you're in a position and you're in a situation where these things are happening in areas that you go often. When I go to a Kings game, I don't know if it's every time, but it's most of the time. After the game, I'll take a walk down K Street. Mm-hmm. All the way down to District 30. And then I'll come back because I usually park closer to the arena. But I just, being somebody that's born and raised here like yourself, and you've seen, what the city has grown to become, then you are around when, on a Friday night, there's 1-2 places to go. And being, 20, 21, 22, 23, and say, man, I wish we, had more to do. And now you look at it and you're older and you're not on that same scene, but you're like, man, this is pretty cool. This is something that you couldn't imagine when you were younger. And for it to now be a situation where that is potentially a dangerous thing to be a part of, it's not fair. It's just, it leaves you speechless. And like I said, I go down K Street almost every time I go to a Kings game, just to walk and see and be like, man, this is what my city's become in a positive way. Like this is how my city's growing and stuff like that. And that with the sense of pride and being proud, and to have that same walk that I take down there now be, blocked off, for hours, for almost 24 hours because of a mass shooting investigation. It's sad, man. It really is sad.
The victims ranged from the ages of 21 to 57. You had people that were out partying. You had people that were leaving work. When you read something like this, you wake up, you read something like this, you immediately, okay, what happened? What happened? And still, here we are this many days later, you see social media videos and you try to correspond this with that, and a concert, a club, a fight. And like, there's no explanation that's going to do, because, the common thing you see is a fight outside the club, the gunfire erupted after a large fight. Like, word. So all of those, you telling me Melinda Davis, this 57-year-old woman, was involved in a fight? No, man. Like, no. This is man. Again, there's a lot of calls to actions that can be made, call to action that can be made, and I think one, because we focus, and rightfully so, on guns and gun control and semi-automatic weapons and different things like that. But like, a lot of times, like, this is about men out there. Like, you've got to do better than this.
Yeah.
Like, you're setting an example for the young men of this generation. You're setting an example for the young men in your household. Like, you've got to do better than this.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the people of, like, that's men of this city, people we may have encountered. Like, you've got to do better than this. We collectively have to do better than this, because 11 people murdered in mass shootings over the course of the last February 6 weeks in Sacramento, in our home.
It's unacceptable, man. It's unacceptable. Like you said, it's a call to action for all of us. To set that example. And if you see something that doesn't align with that example that we're trying to set and we're trying to establish, call it out. It doesn't have to be anything crazy or disrespectful, but like, look, man, that's not okay. That's not cool. You know what I'm saying? That's not what we want to be about as people. That's not what we want to be about as a society. And say, look, man, that's foul. That goes for a number of different walks of life, man. If you see something, you got to say, you got to address me. Like, that's not the way to go about it.
If you have a loved one who was murdered this weekend, last weekend, the weekend before that, in February, ever, know that we're thinking about you. I'm not going to throw out the disingenuous thoughts and prayers. And it's amazing how something that you could just say, man, thoughts and prayers, how it's become almost an eye-rolling, gag-inducing line, because it's the go-to now, where, like, yeah, thoughts and prayers. How about action?
Mm-hmm.
Do something. And, you hope the people in charge of this state do something. In charge of the city, do something. In charge of this country, do something. And I have to be honest, I'm not optimistic that they will. I think a precedent was set a long time ago.
We're on the same page.
When you decided yeah.
I know we're on the same page. I got the same thought, man. Same thought. It's unfathomable to think that of all times that wasn't enough. That wasn't enough. And I pretty sure I can speak for my partner when 6-year-olds were gunned down.
Yeah. Couldn't even say it.
Yeah.
I don't even have kids, and I couldn't get that
Come on,
sentence
man.
out.
And that didn't do anything to change the people in control's mind. It is extremely deflating, and it takes any type of optimism that you may have that the people in control will do things to fix it. When you see something like that happen, and there's no call to action, there's no change.
Yeah.
You know, and that's I when you were saying, I was thinking the same thing. I'm on the same page.
Yeah.
It's pretty disheartening to think that's how we're living right now.
Which means it's up to us. We've got to do a better job. All of us collectively, we've got to do a better job. I have to do a better job. Kenny has to do a better job, and we'll do our best to do our part. We are here for anybody. I do know that Kenny and I have a job, and it's to turn our sadness and depression from real life events to sadness and depression towards sports. And we'll do that because that's what you're tuned in for. So that's what we'll do. I don't want to say this is the last time we're going to address it, but the phone lines are open. They always will be. 916-349-1320. James Ham will be with us. Matt George will be with us. I know Matt was covering this for ABC. We're not going to tell anyone that they can't talk about it.
And I just, highlighting your point again, we will be better for this. We will be better than what we've been, as men, as leaders, as a society. We will be better. This is Sacramento, California. I love my city to death, and I for one am gonna do what I can, along with Davion, along with guys like Barry, along with guys like Darryl Roberts, to make sure these type of acts stop as best we can make it stop, and that they don't define the city. At this point, let's be an example of how to do things better for everybody else, to take a step forward and make sure none of these things happen again. And let's set the tone. Sacramento, let's set the tone here.
So we'll step out. We'll hit the hard reset button, get ourselves together, and we'll come back to talk about what you're here for. We'll come back. We'll talk Kings basketball. We'll talk Final Four. We'll talk everything that happened over the weekend, and we'll do that next on ESPN 1320.
Thank you, partner.
Yeah.
Man.
So I see there's a lot of dialogue in the chat. Let's ask the chat to also hit the hard reset button, and we'll get going here, man. We'll do the best we can here to get going.
Appreciate you, Warren. Appreciate you, brother. Yes, indeed. And for a lack of a better word, man, like, I'm trying to be respectful of everybody, but don't come in here with no clown shit today, man. Like, just don't. You know what I'm saying? Just don't. I don't think anybody around here is for all that today, man. So, yeah, you want to be a contrarian and all this. That's cool, man. But, I mean, say that for somewhere else today. Ain't nobody hearing that shit.
Jesse, you want to run the intro coming back or just a regular rejoiner? Okay. Okay.
help things get a little bit back to normal. Black Bottles 916. I see you in here. The package was delivered, brother. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I meant to
Okay.
text you yesterday, Black Bottles, and I want to say obviously it was a different day, but the package was delivered, big Black Bottles. Oh yeah.
Good
Oh
stuff.
yeah.
All right. I don't know what it is, but you sound hyped, so I'm with it. I'm with it. Talk comic books when we come back.
Right. Cole, I wouldn't go that far. I noticed it too. It's just a coincidence. And it's just coincidence.
What a coinky dink.
One of my favorite lines.
I don't James is coming on in like 30 minutes, Kenny.
Got you.
With just a last minute booking. He was texting me on the way home. I wasn't sure what he wanted to do today, so he's in.
That's all good. Makes sense too.
Mm-hmm. Forgot to. There we go. That's what I need to do. Yeah, I know it, man. I know it. No. Yeah, I have. No.
That's not a dress code, but
no.
You don't just like what Davion had on today. That'll be good.
Yeah, it'd be fine. We'll be fine. Joe ain't dressing up.
They ain't turning nobody away. Like it ain't like that.
Yeah. Joe ain't dressing up either. Joe's like, this is me. It's what I'm wearing. Okay. No problem. Y'all forgive me. I forgot to order my juice. I'm trying to order my juice. You know, your boy's got to have his.
Yeah, I got to
have his 215.
Old high school classmate of mine who makes some juice that's kind of popping up everywhere. So I need to try it out. I don't know if it's like I know it's healthy, but I don't know if it's like super healthy. Like it might be like a Jamba Juice type thing. I don't know.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Maybe it's not. I told her
a little different.
Something
a little different.
Try it out.
All right, we appreciate you so much for being here. James Ham's going to join us in 30 minutes. We're just going to try to dive into the show. I told you the phone lines would be open for you. That's the way it's going to be all day. 916-349-1320. And our man Ramsey. It's not even opening day, and Ramsey's in here. Ramsey, what's going on, baby?
Not too much. Sadly, I don't want to, but I just got to say a couple pieces about what happened in our city, and I hate to talk about it, but it's a topic on our minds.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, one of the main things I have to say, it doesn't have to do anything with the shooting. I was talking with one of my good friends yesterday, and we came to the conclusion, which I hate to say it, but this younger generation doesn't value life anymore. They don't value life, regardless of the situation. They go through a lot of situations, but life has no value to them, which is sad. And I mean, our generation just needs to just help build value in what life is and what it's about and why you want to live.
Yeah.
And what we're living for.
Well said, Ramsey. I understand exactly what you're saying, man. And it does feel that way sometimes, But I want to, and I know Ramsey wasn't saying this, I understand what he was trying to say, but I don't want to lump everybody in this younger generation into a few pockets of people who do feel that way. You know what I'm saying? There are a lot of they're the vast majority of younger generation. They do care about life. They do value life, and I don't want to lump them in there with that, but there are some who who don't see it that way, unfortunately. And it's sad, man. You know, the thing that always sticks in my head, you know, particularly in this situation, all situations have their own level of sadness. But I know, you know, downtown on a Saturday night, a lot of people out there just trying to enjoy themselves, try to unwind. I think about regular life and real life. Life is hard enough. You know what I'm saying? Monday through Friday is stressful for a lot of people. 7 days a week is stressful for a lot of people. And sometimes you want to be able to, you know, unwind, have a good time, hang out with some good people, have good vibes, and get away from the stresses of everyday life. And that's what the majority of the people are trying to do Saturday night now. And not just now, but in other places as well was like this. But now you can't even go out and
You get
just
that's
try to
added
enjoy
stress.
yourself. Yeah.
Going out's an added stress now.
Yeah. It's like, because I mean, I'm not like going out like I was when I was younger, but I still like to go out, be social, have people. But, you know, I told Jazz, my friends and everybody, and it was already kind of the case, but I got to put myself on a midnight curfew. That's just how I'm living. Like I'm not being around when bars and clubs let out. It's just not, unfortunately, it's just not, you don't know what's going on. You don't know what's transpired throughout the night and all this other stuff, man. I need to get out of there earlier.
And that's the thing too. For those that like to, you know, shut the club down, there ain't nothing wrong with that. And the fact that it you know, you feel like you can, or situations like this happen, man, it's that much more frustrating. Because no matter what side of the fence you fall on, you're not wrong. It's your preference. It's what you like. You have every right. Yo, clubs close early here. You ever been, you know, you've been to the spots in Miami, you've been to the spots in New York where there's a nightlife. Yo, ain't nothing closing and until you grabbing a full-on breakfast and the sun about to come up. Here, it's different. So some people, I didn't get out of the house till 11. I'm going to stay here till 1. I'm going to stay here till 1:30. I'm going to stay here till the lights come on. Now, my motto was always, I'm out there before the lights come on. And if I'm not, man, something went terribly wrong. But you have like regardless of your preference, man, you should be able to do whichever one you want to do without fearing like you're going to lose your life. And some of these people weren't partying. Like I said, some of these people were working. Some of these people were leaving their shift at one of those clubs, bartending and working as a bouncer or whatever the case may be. Some of them were doing something else that night and then just got caught up in this mess. I know I said we were hitting the hard reset button, but I also told you we're not going to veer away from what y'all want to hear, man, or what y'all want to talk about. We'll always be an open line for you, 916-349-1320. We will get to the Kings stuff. James Ham's going to join us in about 20 minutes or so. I want to get to JT. Always good to hear from Jay. What's going on, man?
Oh, hey, how's it going, fellas? I mean, obviously, I call in under different circumstances and stuff like that is always ideal, but, you know, with everything going on in sports and stuff like that this weekend, something like this kind of takes away from it. And as much as you want to have fun and, you know, pay attention to Final Four, WrestleMania weekend, all that other kind of stuff, when you have something like this, it just weighs on your mind. And I've only been in Sacramento for maybe four or 5 years, going on 5 years. But as long as I've been here so far, the community, you know, everything else, people that I've met, it's good people. And, you know, just kind of letting everybody know, don't let a few idiots deter you from the fact that there are a lot of good people here on this planet and there are a lot of good people on this world. And just, you know, stick together. And if there's any, I mean, I would come and say thoughts and prayers and stuff like that. But I mean, whether you guys know or somebody else knows or whatever, would love to be able to figure out something to do for the community, whether it's, you know, doing a march or a visual or something, you know, to get done. But I mean, obviously my heart goes out to the community. I want to do my part. Hopefully you guys can shed something to light. You know, it's kind of a bad subject, but what did y'all, after all this, what did you, especially D-Lo, Casey, what did you guys think of WrestleMania?
Appreciate you, Jay.
Yeah.
We'll get to that for sure. We'll definitely get to our thoughts on WrestleMania and all of that. And I'll tap in. We'll tap in with our guy Barry and see what he may have planned and what we can be a part of, what we can all collectively be a part of. And we'll get to that, Jay. I'm not blowing you off, man. I promise we'll get to that. Manny, what's going on, bro?
What's up, D-Lo, KC?
Man, what's up, man?
Man, it's crazy, man, because to kind of give you a perspective from where I'm from, when everything went down Saturday or Sunday morning, I heard about it, and my girl brought it up. I'm like, okay. She's like, why you look like? I'm like, this is why I moved to Sac, girl. Like, as soon, we were cross-country dating. She got pregnant, and the first thing I said to her was like, well, I'm coming to you. Like, you sure? Like, I'm not raising my kid in Chicago. Like, I love my city. I love a lot of things about it. It's beautiful. I've seen so much that I was around that this was like almost every day in certain neighborhoods was like, I can't do it. Like, I need to take my daughter somewhere where I feel safer. She don't need to experience what I've experienced in life. Whereas something like Saturday to me is almost like, okay, not that I didn't care, like it hurt me, but I was so used to being in that type of environment until my girl pointed it out to me. So they're like, you're acting like you said, I have seen this all the time, girl. Like, I lived this for a long time where as soon as spring hit, this was what life was going to be like for the next 6 months. Mm. And it's a shame to have a mind frame like that. And I have to sit back and think about it like, damn, like, that's crazy that you're so used to it. And when you hear something, you don't really duck. You just kind of like, oh, I guess it's summertime, it's springtime. And that's the last thing I want to see happen with Sacramento. I love this city. It's become home for me. It's going to be home for the rest of my life for the most part. And I want it to continue to be that and not have to think about where else do I need to take my daughter.
Yeah. Appreciate you, Manny. We should never be desensitized to death, especially on a magnitude like this. And I think that's the kind of unconscious response to stuff when you read, there was a church shooting here, there was a mall shooting here, there was a club shooting here, there was a downtown shooting here. When you hear it over and over and over again, it just becomes, it's another thing, it's another thing, it's another thing. And you say, oh man, at first it's tragic, like I'm gutted, this is just awful, and it takes you days to get over it. Then it happens again, and it doesn't take as many days, and then it happens again. And now we're to the point, and I think I said this to you on a rare edition of Sports Monday, early Monday morning, for those who are up on the Kenny Caraway hours. It was difficult knowing you wake up to that, right? And you have your immediate response, and you're searching for information, and you're looking for names, and you're texting people, texting everyone you knew were at the concert, everyone you know who kinds of rolls in those circles downtown. You're trying to account for all your people and make sure everything's safe. And then you get further and further away from it, and then it's like, okay, what do I do here? Like, South Carolina and UConn's about to play. Like, I'm invested in that. Mm-hmm. The Kings are about to play. This is now I got to work. We've got WrestleMania coming up. We've got to do TV tonight. And you realize the further and further you get away from it, like the more, and this isn't a matter of days anymore. It's starting to become a matter of hours. And that's and part of that is being desensitized. And part of that is 24/7 news cycle. Right. You know what I mean? Like, oh my God. I can't remember her name, but the Charlie's Angel, the girl who died, she died, and then like hours later, Michael Jackson died.
Yeah.
Is it fair? I think it was Farrah Fawcett, but but I can't. I'm not positive, but like it's just the 20 something. Like, something tops it. Like something else happens. Something else happens. Something else happens, and you get further away, and you get further away, and you realize, mass shootings. Those are an everyday part of America now. Mm-hmm. And that should never be okay. Like, we should have never gotten to this point. The second we got to, hey, I don't feel the same as I did before, that's when, hey, we've got to fix this. Right. We've got a problem here. This is too regular.
Right. Well, part of it too, and not to get off on some kind of tangent, but part of it feels there's a level of I believe there's a level of hopelessness from some people where it's like, Like we mentioned in the first segment. That don't get it to change, it ain't never going to change. Like they're not going to do nothing about it. And that is also just as upsetting, that people feel hopeless and feel like nothing is gonna come of keeping the pressure on somebody or keeping it in the forefront of people's minds. You know what I mean? And that's something I feel like we got to combat too. Like, no, we gotta stay diligent in keeping this at the forefront that these things aren't okay, that this isn't normal. This isn't how things should be. We, like we talked about earlier, doing our part, like just do our part, make sure like, hey, no, remember this and this happened. Like, we don't want this to happen again. What are you doing to change it? What are you doing to change it for the people who make the laws and things of that nature? And like you said, our guy, Barry Axius is a great guy who does that, keeps the pressure on these people. And we need to rally behind guys like that. Daryl Roberts is another guy giving solutions, to these things, and rally behind them and keep the pressure on everybody and keep the accountability on us and everybody else to make sure that this isn't something that we looked at as just a normal occasion. You know what I mean? So, yeah, those are some of the early thoughts that I have. Like, hey, what we can do to fix it, but I understand people who feel like it can be daunting sometimes as well.
There's a lot of new normals we've had to accept over the last 2 years.
Mm.
This isn't one of them. We never have to accept this as normal. We never have to accept this as a part of life. We should never accept this as normal or as a part of life.
Yeah.
916-349-1320. Our man Mitch in New Jersey here. Mitch, what's going on, buddy?
How's it going, guys? It's so sad. It's an epidemic. I mean, it's the worst. It's the worst than anywhere in the world.
Yeah.
It is. I mean, you see in a lot of these other countries, they crack down much harder. There's some countries the police don't have guns, I think, and they still have less incidents. And they tell you that Smith & Wesson went out of business. So they get their weapons from China or Brazil. And the gangs and this and that. It's the gangs and these mass shootings. It's terrible. Can't take it. I don't need your prayers and thoughts. Need some action.
There you go. I caught that last part. Even when Mitch is talking serious, I tend to miss some of the things he says, but I caught that last part. Tony, what's going on, brother? Appreciate the call.
Hey, fellas, I'm coming at you from a little bit of a different place than my angry, reaction to my students. From a different perspective, I actually have to take this into the classroom today, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I got to explain to kids, about, hey, here's what happened. That's one perspective. This is a far-reaching thing. And again, I'm not from Sacramento, but I've been in Sacramento almost 20 years, and this is home. When I got an 18-year-old kid that was this close to getting a free ticket to that concert Saturday night.
Mm.
I'm just trying to keep it together now. Like, dude, my kid could have been down there.
Yeah.
Just got accepted to college, right? Good kid. Wouldn't have been causing no trouble because just got caught up in the crossfires, right?
Yeah.
I'm a musician, man. Like, this is my livelihood. I play music at clubs, like, where people are out having a good time. And now, like, people don't want to come out. Like, and not only do I enjoy it, it's part of my livelihood because y'all know, teacher salaries ain't cutting it.
Right.
So, like, what do I got to do now, man? Like, I can't even, it's so far reaching, this kind of stuff that, like, I just appreciate y'all talking about stepping up, man. Like, that's what I feel like my job is in the classroom. I'm getting the kids young
Mm-hmm.
to get them to get a different mindset because even them being desensitized to it, it's crazy, man. I mean, so, I appreciate y'all opening up the conversation because as much as we love sports, as much as as good as a distraction it is, life's hard out there, man. And the more we can talk about it, the more we can get together. I know it makes my job easier as a teacher in the classroom because their parents are talking about it at home.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I just come along and support those parents.
Yeah.
So thank y'all for the time, and hopefully we keep the conversation moving.
Yeah,
No doubt. Appreciate
absolutely.
you, Tony.
And that kind of spawned off something Tony was talking about with educators and coaches and things of that nature about, the role that they play sometimes. We talk about Abbott Elementary, the show that's on ABC, and it's a comedy show, but they sprinkle these little bars in here every now and then. And they're in one of the first episodes, they made this thing about the rugs. They couldn't get new rugs, and they were like, the one teacher was like really fighting hard for like, this is ridiculous. Like, why can't we get any rugs? They made a big old comedic thing about trying to get rugs or whatever. But at the end of the day, they end up going to the scene where the little boy was asleep on the ground. And she goes, this is why the rug was so important, because he comes here and he gets a nap and he sleeps on the rug. He said the rug is softer than his bed at home and it's quieter, and he gets some rest here. He gets a good bit of rest during lunch. And you think about somebody like Tony and, like myself when I coach, sometimes you don't know what these kids are dealing with at home or in their personal life. Mm-hmm. And when you have educators and mentors in different walks of life, those people are super influential into how they shape their outlook on life. So if a teacher is saying like, hey, I care about you. You don't have to do this. You don't have to go about things this way. Like that. Sometimes that could be the difference. And if a kid going left or right, at the fork in the road, and those things are always super valuable to me. The mentors and having enough mentors, and I keep going to these guys, and there's plenty of other people too, but these are guys that I know personally, like Barry, like Daryl, who are out there every single day of their life trying to show kids there's a different way to go about life. There's a different way to resolve a situation or anything like that. You have a place where you can come to. Don't think that you don't have anywhere to go. You can come here, you can talk, you can do nothing. You could just be here and be in a different environment, but you have that. And I think those things are so important, man. And I don't want to lose sight on those factors as well.
And I think you're selling yourself short, because I think you fall into that category as well as a coach. I mean, there are some people in certain elements that court is their getaway, right? And there is no more. There's no Tony out there who relates to them in the classroom the way Kenny relates to them on a basketball court, right? And I think that's I think the work that you do with young people is absolutely tremendous. I think work that people do, Tony, with young people is tremendous, because of something Tony said just a moment ago there, and that you referenced there in Abbott Elementary, which I started this weekend, by the way. So I got the reference. I got a handful of episodes in. But what's funny is the girl that you're talking about, and I don't know all of the characters' names yet, but the girl that you're talking about, you could tell she really wants to make an impact on young people's lives. And that's, that's Tony, that's Kenny on the basketball floor. That's what Barry is. That's what Daryl is, man. And those people are out there. It just feels like now they're just being outnumbered. Like now there's just so, it's like, no, we literally need you to save everybody. Yeah. That's what it feels like sometimes. Let's go back to the phones, man. 916-349-1320. David. Appreciate you. What's up, man?
Nothing much, man. Just listening to you guys, man. I really appreciate you guys, man. I listen to you every day. I drive around Elk Grove and Sacramento, and I see a lot all day. One thing I want to say is I was listening to you guys the other day when you were talking about the where to go golfing and stuff. So you mentioned Rock and Brews. So that night that happened downtown, me and my homeboys and a couple of our girlfriends, we was going to go downtown. But then I thought about it. I'm like, man, it's too much parking, too many people. I don't like all of that crowd-like stuff all the time. So let's go check this place out that I heard about, Rock and Brews. And we went and had a really, really good time. And then I got home, got up that next morning to go to work, and I'm watching the news and see what happened. And then a couple of my friends end up going, so I'm calling and texting like, hey, are you guys all right? Like, what's going on? And it was just so sad, man. And like the caller was saying, the first caller, like it's no lack of respect. It's a lack of respect and acknowledgement of just life for people, you know. And it reminds me of that video game. I think that video game GTA got a lot to do with this generation, man, because they it's like it's a video game to these dudes now, man. They get these guns in real life, and it's like a badge to walk around with a 30, you know, with a clip with 30 bullets in it. Like, that's what makes me honored and recognized, you know, and that's crazy that this generation thinks like that, man. And I just feel so sad for them people down there, because that could have been any of us down there. And even going to the store, like, I got 2 small kids. Like, we don't wear Crocs and slides and all of that to the store, because it's just a crazy world nowadays. You got to just always be ready. You can't go out and be comfortable. You know, you got to be on security, and that's a terrible way to live. Like you were saying, man, this shouldn't be accepted. Like, oh, this is just the normal. No, it shouldn't be like that, man. Really shouldn't, man.
It's interesting that he brought that up, because I know in the chat, some people took umbrage to the fact that he said video games. But I'll just tell you this, maybe I'm just morphing into something else. As a parent, I do worry about, like, the nature. My son plays Fortnite, and the nature of just killing like it's a video game, like killing. Oh, I'm back at it. You know, us as adults and you know, and people who, you know, educated people and even uneducated people who understand the concept that that's not real. Yes, it's silly to us, but I'm thinking about shaping a mind, right? A 6-7-year-old, like, no, it's not a video game. You get a different gun and you shoot somebody, they're not coming back. Like, we kind of, it was interesting.
It's desensitized in a different way that we were.
Exactly.
It's the same thing, just in a different form.
And nobody, I'm not suggesting that that's the reason why these things happen, but I think about that. Like, I think about that with my son, who it's just, oh yeah, I just got this, killed him and did it. Like, nah, that's not. And we had video games too when we were coming up, you know, it was, but one of the things that I will.
But my video game just had me running up and down like Bo Jackson, because I thought the defender wasn't going to be able to catch me. That's what that video game did.
Right. And there's a different level of with something like GTA. Once again, not saying it's the reason for all this, but like, we was playing Super Mario Brothers and Zelda. That's a fantasy land. GTA was like a real city. Like, you go around a real city and doing this, and it's just different type of representation. It did stick out to me that he brought that up, because, like I said, as a parent, I know that has crossed my mind.
Well, you should be. Like, it's okay to be on alert for stuff like that. Just like, you know, hip hop was under attack for, I don't know that hip hop isn't still under attack. It certainly was more back in the, I don't know, mid to late 90s, where, I mean, shoot, there was a time where Eminem was blamed for something. There was a time where Marilyn Manson was blamed for something, you know, music, like this influence. Like, it's naive for us as adults to think that we weren't influenced when we were younger.
Right.
I mean, how many of us got thrown out of class for doing the DX crotch chop? Like, come on, man, let's not pretend like we weren't influenced. I'll still drop a people's eyebrow 20 years later. Like, you're still influenced by what you're around and what you see, whether that's environmentally, you're influenced by what you hear, whether it's music, you're influenced by what you do with your time, whether that's video games. Like, it's naive for us to think that has nothing to do with it. Right. But we also can't go overboard and say, this is the reason, this is the reason, this is the reason. No, it's not. But is it a factor? Is it an influence? Yeah, it probably is.
Yeah.
It probably is. I'm not going to make the mistake of saying what we're going to do next. I did that once. I'm not going to do it again. We'll continue to do what you want. I do know this, though, for sure. James Ham will be with us. Whatever we're talking about, James Ham will certainly be with us when we return. He's live in New Orleans at the Final Four, and that's coming up here on ESPN 1320. Oh yeah. I think. Yeah. He didn't say otherwise, so I gotta imagine he is. He said, I think he said the wives went out shopping or something, so he has it's got time. And then Matt's at 247. And I think Matt just wants to hang out. So I don't know when we'll be done with Matt. I just think he wants to hang out for a while. I was like, hey, we got time, buddy. Don't worry about it.
Ancient Elos, you're in here talking about game culture, and I'm not here to necessarily defend that, but I mean, mass shootings happens with people who aren't in gangs either. You know what I mean? Like
most. I mean, if you want to profile, I mean, we certainly can, because most mass shootings,
they're
it's not what they are. Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, Anthony knows what's up. More than a few times. But I mean, think about those years for some of us. That was, I mean, I was a little older when that really popped. I was like 18, 19, but for some that was 13, 14, 15, 16.
Come on, man. Come on.
They have
definitely at McClatchy High School.
In one of the DX videos, there's a great shot of a kid who's got to be 5. He's doing the big X chop. It's like, man.
Yeah, man. I wanted to be Austin. I wanted to be the hell, like this is real simplistic, but I wanted to be Zach Morris when I got to high school. Mischievous, cool, like I wanted to do all that stuff. Like, it's ridiculous for somebody to think those things don't have influences at all. You know what I mean? Like, that's naive and crazy. And rap music, I want my people in hip hop to be a little more aware of some of the things they put out, because they are influencers. You know what I mean? And I want them to be better with that stuff.
Yeah. Look at that hat.
I've gone full NOLA.
Looking good, buddy.
Jay, with the fedora.
Just a heads up, so you know what you're walking into. We haven't talked about anything other than what happened over the weekend at all yet. That wasn't necessarily by design. It's just kind of we had an idea to start the show, and it didn't stop. So just we'll be diving into the Kings for the first time with you here. So and everything else as well.
Yeah, this has to be talked about, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a tragic event in our community. So, yeah, it's hard watching it from afar. It's just not great.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure. Yeah.
Russell, no, to answer your question, not for anything. It probably wouldn't have happened anyway, even if they won yesterday. So, yeah.
All right, we're coming back, guys. Russ really loves Drake bars. We appreciate you being with us. No matter where you are, we welcome those on the Odyssey app on 1320 AM. And if you're on Twitch, YouTube, or Facebook Live, man, you are treated to a treat. James Ham is with us, and man, he is rocking a hat for the ages. You look great out there you look great out there in New Orleans, my friend.
Yeah, I've been living large. We've been eating well and hopping from one place to the next, going on some food tours and Yeah, this is such an amazing city. If people haven't been here, I highly recommend it. It's a community that's constantly in, their own state of disarray because of floods and hurricanes and craziness, but just such an incredible city. I think this is my fourth time here, and every time it's wonderful.
Yeah. You won't understand this at all, James. Don't worry. But Davion all day is spot on when he says James is in happy Corbin.
He is happy Corbin mode, for sure. Before we die, I mean, we do need to talk about the fact you're in New Orleans for the Final Four. You were at Duke, North Carolina, Kansas, Villanova. You're going to be at the game tonight. I was telling James on the stream as we were getting started that we really haven't deviated anything out anything that has happened other than what happened this weekend in Sacramento. And you're not here. Is there anything you wanted to? I want to give you the opportunity to touch on that if you want to. If you don't, we can certainly move along.
Yeah, it's just horribly tragic, and wrong. I mean, I think we need to figure out what happened here for sure. But I'm a guy who was born at Sunder's Memorial in downtown Sacramento, raised in this area, grew up in this area, and it's just shocking that we're going through these things again and again. In communities all over the United States, and it's just horrible to watch. And it's different. I'm watching it from afar where, they've got some reporter that I don't know who's on TV, who's there in Sacramento, because it's a huge event throughout, the entire country. So really just a sad day for Sacramento, and really sending a lot of love to the families that lost loved ones in this event. And, hopefully they catch these guys and we get to the bottom of why something like this has to happen.
We were talking to a coworker of ours today, and they talked about how their family from out of town was checking on them and seeing what's going on, and then they said the coworker's family member asked, they were like, well, is that a place? I was just gonna say Little Johnny. I don't know the kid's name, but like, is that a place where Little Johnny would be at? As if, not really knowing the layout of the city or what it is, as if it was this super dangerous part of town. And it's the exact opposite. Like, this is literally a meeting spot for all. We talk about Sacramento so, divided and spread out. Like, everybody goes downtown, and they go and they have a good time. And it was almost akin to like if something like this happened at Times Square or something. Like, you wouldn't think like, oh, you shouldn't be in Times Square. You shouldn't be there because it's a bad part of town. No, this is one of the places where you think would be, safe and you'd have a good opportunity to just enjoy yourself. And now you can't even necessarily feel that about that part of town anymore. And that's sad in itself.
Yeah, you can skip a stone and hit the arena from that spot. It's just right around the corner. And to see something like that happen so close to where we're I've been there hundreds of times, late at night, all the time, to see something like that happen so close. And, I think if you look at, the age group of the people that were lost, there's a 57-year-old, there's a 38-year-old, there's a couple of 21-year-olds. It's tragic, and at 2:00 in the morning, it's not like Sacramento is a bustling hotspot. But there's going to be nightlife anywhere, and to see again, it's just horrible to see something like this unfold.
So for the first time today, I'll go ahead and attempt to transition us. We'll get to the Final Four where James is at here in a heartbeat. But you mentioned the arena. Well, the Kings played last night. They attempted to play last night. They never really quite got out the gate. There's probably you can choose to blame that on a lot of different things if you'd like, and I guess in this circumstance it would be understandable, James, but that was a game that was all too familiar to many Kings fans, and now the NBA record 16-year playoff drought is solidified. And man, there I think we've seen some things over the course of the last few games to be concerned about, but we're headed into this final stretch, 3 games left, and they very literally mean nothing.
Yeah, it's become typical, right? Every season we get to this part of the year and there's really nothing to cheer for. I'm surprised that it lasted this long this season, just because the Kings are bad. I mean, this team has 29 wins.
Mm.
They might get lucky and win 30. And to say something like that, and even that would be unlucky because then you start getting into danger zone and catching somebody else. So, yeah, I think, again, there are some positives you can take away from this stretch, right? And some of those positives are that we got to see the growth of Damian Jones. We got to see the growth of Davion Mitchell. We got to see Dante DiVincenzo kind of find himself and start to produce like many people thought that he would or that he could, because we haven't seen him in so long because of the injury. I think there are some positives here. But overall, it's wrapping, I don't know, it's putting a bow on a pig, right? Like it's just another stinker of a season. And this is that moment where, guys like Harrison Barnes, like he had some great words about not just the tragedy in Sacramento, but about how instability within the franchise has led to this. And I don't, your stat guy put up some incredible stat that Harrison Barnes played with like 48 players and 24 assistant coaches, different assistant
Sure.
coaches, and three head coaches and two general managers, and he's been here less than 4 years. I mean, that's just
That's
wild,
incredible.
and I've told you guys this a couple of times. It's not just one person. It's not just one mistake. It's little tiny mistakes that cost you basketball games. They talk about the little things, but it's also the little things that lead to 16 consecutive seasons. And until the Kings figure that out and figure out how to get on the right path and to have everyone pulling the right way, we're going to continue to see these things. There's hope that they can build around this core, but Davion Mitchell will probably play for his third head coach, and he's been in the league for 1 year. He hasn't even finished his year, and he'll probably have a new head coach come sometime in the next 3-4 weeks.
Yeah. It's one of those things where we kind of talked about it off air earlier this morning, but it's lining up for this off season to be. Now I won't steal a line from my partner. He said this is a season this off season will define the direction of this franchise for the next 5 seasons at least. Because if you get it right with draft picks, trades, or free agency, and you turn into a good team, you can keep Sabonis, you keep Fox happy. You've added good players. You win, and you're in a playoff or playoff hunt, or not even playoff hunt. You got to be in some type of playoff situation. If you do that, cool, we're on the right direction. If we're here again on April 4th, 2023, or whenever, talking about 17 straight years, I think everybody is gone. Everybody. Sabonis will leave. They'll move on from Fox. Monty will be gone. Harrison, everybody's gone. And you're going in a completely different direction with this franchise. And it's more towards an OKC direction than it is Memphis or something like that.
Yeah, I think we would all like to think that they would do that, but at the same time, there's always this glimmer of hope that you can turn things around quickly. I do think this is probably the most important offseason in the last decade, probably. Since we got through relocation attempts, this is probably the one that you circle and say, look, if you don't get it right this time, um, this thing, it can totally spin out. I mean, it's already spun out, but I don't even think you can look at it as in, we'll hit 17. It'll be more like 20, and you won't even know how to get out of it again. And I don't totally disagree with you about, this thing imploding. If you don't get it right, it just means you really have to do everything in your power to focus on this coming season. And that's never a great idea when you're an NBA franchise, especially a small market team that can't go out and sign big time free agents. This is one of those moments, though, where every single move has to be calculated and and right, because it's not just Sabonis. You got to make Fox happy. You got to do something to keep Sabonis the next year, but it should really be about even a guy like Harrison Barnes, because this team can't replace Harrison Barnes. Like, how do you replace a guy like Harrison Barnes? And the way you do it is you go out and you get someone who's so good that makes Harrison Barnes want to sign an extension and stick around for 2 more years, 3 more years, 4 more years, because that will lead to something, to him building something and being one of the guys that turns this thing around. But at the end of the day, you got to do it right, and you got to figure it out, and you really got to, if you're Vivek Ranadive, you have to step back and you have to put faith in Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox, and you've got to let them do what they think is right for the first time since you've been owner. And that's it. You gotta let them do something that makes sense from a basketball standpoint. Enough of the interfering and the getting in the way, all of that stuff. Let them do what's right for the basketball side.
Damien, real quick, our guy Joystick in the chat, he says, KC, that has been said a zillion times after a Kings season. I do feel like this year, or this upcoming year, is positioned a little different than in the past. And I'll just think specifically from a star player that you build around. Like, you had Kevin Martin and things weren't going good. We got to find somebody to build around Kevin Martin. We tear it down, but don't leave Kevin out of this. Like, he's good. Then it was Tyreek. Find somebody to build around Tyreek. Like, Tyreek is good. We just got to build around him. Then DeMarcus. Currently, it's been De'Aaron Fox. Next year, if this happens, it's finally kind of lined up where nobody is safe. Like, I think, I'm not saying it's De'Aaron's fault, but De'Aaron probably would be on his way out one way or another if he's gone. Sabonis probably isn't going to stay. And you're left with a complete tear down of a franchise, in my opinion, if it doesn't work out next year. And that's the difference between past years, I think.
Yeah, what's crazy is if the Kings move on from Rashawn Holmes this offseason, which I expect them to do, but if they move on from Holmes, if you don't sign anyone to a long-term deal, not this offseason, but next offseason, they only have like $57 million in dedicated salary, and it's just Sabonis, Fox, and Davion. Outside of that, I mean, you're going to have upwards of $70 million in cap space. Like, you're at this moment where you're right, like a hard reset is staring you in the face, but we're talking about a reset. Like, how do you even build that team? Like, that's when you do start getting into the OKC conversation, where you're taking on bad contracts from other teams just to get to the salary floor, and you're taking back, draft picks and stuff like that, like a complete reboot in like an ugly way, which, to be honest with you, that's like a 5-year, 4-year, 5-year buildup. I mean, I don't know. How long has OKC been bad now? 3 years, where they just don't care about winning at all? And I know that that's been a huge concern for Vivek of, he still has to put, the way this franchise makes money is still a huge part of putting behinds in the seat. And if you can't get people in the building, you're in trouble. That's just, it's tough, but you're really, really in trouble.
Yeah.
You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge. 1320 Kings insider James Ham, live from New Orleans, with us here. We'll get to the Final Four here in just a minute. Do you think they know how to fix this? You mentioned, if you don't get things right this year, it could like legitimately spiral out of control. And like, you're not staring at 17 straight years, you're staring at 20 years. Do you think they're not at that point yet? Do you think they know, hey, here's what we can do to make us better immediately and for the future?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox Catanella, they have a game board. They have a board up on a wall somewhere that we're not going to see some random signee take a picture in front of. Like there is a board that of like, 30 different options, and, maybe 5 different options at every position of how they can improve this team ideas that they have of what will it cost to get player A, B, and C, and can we get into that top tier of players, or do we have to go to the secondary tier of players? I think that this is a bright group of guys. Like, whether they've done everything right, no. I mean, they clearly haven't done everything right, in my opinion. But they still have set themselves up with the same ideas that we've seen them sort of carry for the last few, which is to have maximum flexibility moving forward. And all of your picks, all of your assets that you can possibly have, but then maximum flexibility. And, if you take another swing for the fence here and you bring in a big time player, you can see where this team can turn around quickly. You still need other pieces to go with that. But there is like some light at the end of the tunnel. And I think these guys do have an idea. I mean, like, I have an idea. So if I have an idea and I'm just a guy who's covered this team forever, like, I could map out a roadmap for success. I probably would have been more aggressive at the trade deadline. I wouldn't have stopped with the Sabonis trade. I would have made one or two more moves that maybe would have handcuffed the team, but certainly would have made it more interesting down the stretch, and certainly would have made it more interesting next year. So if I have an idea, I know that they do. It's just whether or not they can make it happen. And that's going to be the biggest question. Can they actually do what's right and put this thing on the right path and hire the right head coach, bring in the right people, have some sort of stability? And, again, one of the things about the post from Will, I think that's his name, right? That you're the stat
Will
guy.
Z, our statistician.
Yeah. One of the biggest things from him, it's not just the head coaches and it's not just the players and the general managers. I mean, the Kings have had 26 players this season. I've never seen anything like that. But a lot of that is because of COVID. I mean, we forget that Emmanuel Mudiay played on this team.
Oh, man.
Addie Murphy and Justin Robinson, those guys played on this team this season.
Wow.
But no, I think the biggest stat that Will Z pointed out is 24 assistant coaches. Like, that is nuts. In 4 years, that is crazy. And I know a few of them that have been there a few years. So, like, that's just, Alvin Gentry's been, Lindsay has been there a couple of years, Plastic Man has been there a couple of, Stacey Augman. Like, some of these guys have been there. So that's just crazy that, 3 or 4 different defensive coordinators in the last 4 years. Offensive coordinators, I mean, we just keep cycling through them, and that's not conducive to winning. You have to pay good money. Not only that, but you got to get in with, if you're going to bring in a coach, you got to have a coach that has a good agent that will bring in other assistants that will help grow. Because a lot of this is just that. It's just the relationships that you have, and having a good coach with a good agent that has a bunch of other good coaches that are assistants that he can help put around you to support you. That's where, like, the Kings just go wrong here, and they burn bridges. They burn bridges all the time. And you hope that that's not the way that they do business going forward.
James, let me know if it's fair or foul to ask this question, but I'm just asking your opinion. We talk to you next Monday. Are the Kings, do they have an official coaching opening next Monday?
I mean, like speculation. I'm gonna say yes.
Alvin to be gone Monday morning.
Yeah, I would say that there's a very, very good chance that the Kings are looking at a new head coach very soon. And I don't mean like they're going to have someone already hired and brought in, but I certainly think that we're at a point where there were some very specific things that were laid out, and they just didn't get there. And I know that people are preaching continuity, and I think
we don't need to do that again.
Yeah, and I think like even Alvin has. If there is a succession plan here, like if they were to keep Alvin one more year, it would be to get Doug to the next year so he had more experience, something like that. But even that, like I have a hard time believing that is the path that they're going to choose at this point. If you're going to allow Monty McNair to take a swing for the fence move like Domantas Sabonis, I think he earned the right to hire his own coach. And I keep saying that, but I think he earned the right to hire his own head coach. And I hope that they actually let him do that.
Kenny and I discussed this last week. I don't remember if we've discussed this with you. Was Chris Finch Monty's guy?
Yeah, you know what? I'm not sure. I'm not sure that Chris Finch was Monty's guy or not. Like,
Because
I don't have
that's a
any.
rumor that's out there for some reason. And
Yeah, there is that rumor, and I've heard little bits here and there of it, but at the same time, he got plucked. He's
yeah,
gone. Like you got to find your guy, and you just can't have one guy that you have out there that you want to hire. And if he is your guy, you should have made it clear, and you should have done what Minnesota did, which is fire their head coach and bring him right in. That would have been a way to actually go ahead and get your guy, and they didn't do it. So yeah, I think that we're gonna have to wait and see who Monty's guy is, and I think you should hold an exhaustive search. You should bring in 5 or 6 candidates, and you should really go through what it is they do and how they can change things, and I'll keep pushing the same thing. Like I think that if they really want to build around Sabonis, then look at coaches that have a system that work around a big man, that work around speed and a big man. And, that's why, like, I brought up David Adelman, which I don't know if he'll even get a look, but, he's the lead assistant under Michael Malone. Malone, I'm not even sure would give a recommendation to Adelman for him to come here, just because of the way he was treated, and very specifically the way he feels he was treated by Vivek Ranadive. So there's going to be some, really interesting things that happen. I know it would never happen, but I'll tell you that, like, Dave Yeager's a heck of a coach, and he's available, and he has done, not only does he know this roster, but he also coached, a Marc Gasol and a Zebo, and he knows how to do different styles of coaching, and he's always been a great X's and O's guy. And no one here that was with Dave is still in the league, is still around. So it's not like you'd be doing something different. And I know that that's not going to happen, but like, you got to turn over every rock if you're the Kings. You got to get this one right, and you can't. Nothing should be off the table. Everything should be sitting there for you to look at and go, okay, how do we do this?
Hey, James, help me understand the dynamic of a coaching staff in the NBA and things of that nature. And what I mean by that is, if a new guy comes in, he would want and should get free reign to, hire the assistants that he wants to. But I look at 2 people specifically that I think have been really good at their jobs, and I think they're assets to the franchise. That's Rico Hines and Lindsey Harding. And are they considered, I don't want to say same level, because I'm not trying to say that, but are they kind of their own separate entity as a coaching staff compared to a guy who's like a defensive coordinator or second man up to, like, would they look at, hey, bring in all the coaching people you want, but our skill development people, we want them to stay the same? Is that are they all lumped into coaching staff?
Yeah, it really does depend, but I'll tell you this: every coach that comes in has the ability to hire their own staff. It's something that we learned during the George Karl era, where Vlade, to send a message to George Karl, fired Vance Wahlberg at the All-Star break when George was getting fired, and then they decided at the last second not to fire George, and so they fired Vance Wahlberg because they needed to make a shakeup to make sure that George knew that they weren't happy. And then the plan then was to hire Doug Christie as an assistant under George Karl. And George Karl gave them a giant middle finger and said, "You're not going to do anything of the sort because, like, look, at the end of the day, this is my squad. I get to bring in who I get to bring in, and you don't have any say in it." So when it comes to Lindsey, or it comes to Doug, or it comes to Rico, those should be a coaching decision. The head coach hires his staff. He should feel comfortable with his staff, and every coach does it different. Dave Yeager had this really interesting staff of nothing but guys that he had gone through the minor leagues with, and guys that, they were a brotherhood. They weren't, there wasn't a bunch of coaches that were going to go on and be head coaches. They knew their roles. They were very comfortable with each other. They were very comfortable with the media. They knew what to say and what not to say. And then we get to Luke Walton's first year, and he hires a whole bunch of coaches that he didn't know at all. And you could just feel it the whole time. It was awkward, and it just wasn't working at all, just with the coaching staff, let alone the players. Because when you don't know a head coach and you're sitting there trying to give direction to a player, all of a sudden you start to think, uh-oh, am I stepping out of my place? Am I saying something I shouldn't? And so not only that, but all of the coaches had to learn the terminology of Luke. And so he brought Jesse Mermans with him. But outside of that, everyone was new and he didn't know any of them. And that was a horrible mistake. And it was because the Lakers, he had brought in a bunch of people he did know. And then he got roasted in the media for bringing in a bunch of people he knew. And so it's just such a delicate balance that you have to walk. And, I think at the end of the day, you hire a good coach, you put the support pieces around him, you let him make decisions. There might be one guy that you say, he's untouchable, he's part of our group, or maybe two. Maybe it's Rico, maybe it's Doug, where look, you're going to have to take on Doug because that's part of the deal. But outside of that, you can hire five assistant coaches, and you can bring in a whole new group of people and all that stuff for training, for player development, whatever it might be. We're going to open the pocketbook. You go get the right guys.
Luke's agent was calling other agents asking about coaches. That's something. That's a call I once received one day from an agent. Like, hey, what's going on out there? Your boy, like, hey, my boy. You're letting me in on news. James sounds a little bit different today because he's at a hotel room in New Orleans. How's the Final Four experience besides the food, which if you follow James Ham's rarely used Instagram account, you saw a couple snapshots of it, including the beautiful Mrs. Ham out Friday night. But outside of the food, how has the trip been?
It's been pretty spectacular. The weather's been really good. Being part of the Final Four, I mean, it's unnerving, I'll be honest with you. When they announce a crowd of 70,000 people and not a one is wearing a mask, it's pretty unnerving. But at the same time, like, getting to see the love and joy of specific groups. So when you're looking down at the floor, they had one section for Kansas, one section for Villanova, one section for Duke, and then one section for North Carolina. And then, the end zones right behind the basket, those are student sections. They switch those out. So between games, they bring in the other school. And so it's just this wild, mad, everyone's running to their seats. But then once you get past that, there's like a really mixed crowd of people. So you got people yelling and screaming for Duke sitting right next to someone yelling and screaming for North Carolina. So it's different in that when you're at an NBA game, even like I've been in the NBA finals, you're at the finals and it's in Golden State, like it's 98% Golden State Warriors fans. So you have, we've seen it a little bit here in Sacramento this year where, the Lakers are, overtaking. Lakers fans are huge in the stadium and you're having sort of this bipartisan thing. But then when you get like four different teams, it's nuts. And the basketball has been spectacular. And watching prospects from my vantage point is totally different. So I'm really focused on a couple of players and seeing how they're moving and how they move without the ball and what are their pluses and minuses. What was his name? Akai Abaji from Kansas. And I'm comparing him, who's going to go anywhere between like 12 and 15. But I'm comparing him to AJ Griffin. And you're starting to see the pluses and the minuses. One's an elite shooter and the other one goes 6 of 6 from 3 to start of the game, but he can't put the ball on the floor at all. And you're wondering if it's a coaching thing. So I'm watching different things than I think a normal fan is. And I have no allegiance to any of the teams. So I'm just there to enjoy the atmosphere and everything else, but they do it right. It's an incredible event. I highly recommend people putting in for the lottery and trying to get seats for the NCAA tournament. It's just so much fun to be there with all of these different fans that are, I'm sitting next to someone from Toronto, and you're sitting next to people from North Carolina and Kansas, and like all kinds of people. It was absolutely spectacular.
How was the specific Carolina Duke matchup? Was it as intense in the dome as it looked on TV? Because I was splitting my attention between that and WrestleMania. And at one point, WrestleMania, which had been on the big TV most of the night, and sometimes
to make the
switch.
switch.
Okay, we going to Duke, North Carolina, and the energy was crazy off the screen. Was it that intense live? I'm sure it was.
Yeah, the thing I love about that is it really shows you like the flaw in the college game. So you got Duke, who goes out and brings in, I mean, what do they have? They have 4 guys who are expected to go in the first round and 1 who's expected to go early second round, who actually outplayed most of the guys that were supposed to go in the first round. And so you're watching a team of stars, of the best AAU players in the country, trying to fit into roles, and it's not working. And that's like, they have more talent than anyone else there by so far. It's not even funny, but they can't figure it out. They take turns being great. They do things that don't make sense. They're trying to showcase a lot. And then you get to a team like North Carolina where, you got some seniors, you got some juniors, you got some guys that, just really are coming out of the woodwork. No one is considered like an elite prospect that's going to go in the lottery at all. But, you can't stop Bacot at all. I mean, he just dominated the glass, but he did it the entire tournament. And so you're watching players who probably don't even have an NBA future, who are doing things that these other kids just can't do because they aren't playing as a team. And so I think a lot of it, the coaching is such a huge part of it. And trying to rein in that many top tier talents, I mean, it was incredible to watch. But I felt like the whole time that Duke was going to lose. Like, you felt like North Carolina was the better team and had so much less talent than the team they're up against. But, I kept watching the point guard from Duke, like, just doing stupid things one time after next. And it's just like, man, do you not realize that everyone on your team is a first round pick in the NBA, and you're not, and you're doing these crazy things? It doesn't make any sense. And yeah, it was fun to watch. It was a cool battle.
Going Kansas tonight?
I'm just gonna go enjoy it. I don't know. North Carolina, like, Hubert Davis has them playing really well.
I'm with you, James. I was talking to these guys earlier. They was looking at me like I was nuts, but I'm with you on that one.
Who's gonna take Bacot off who's gonna get him out of the key?
The guy that was dunking on everybody from Villanova on Saturday.
Yeah, we'll see.
McCormick?
Yeah, McCormick was good. But I think that's kind of what's going to be the bummer. Whoever gets in foul trouble it will probably dictate who wins the game.
Yeah,
whichever
these aren't the deepest teams out there. I was looking at their rosters in the way in which Bill Self and Hubert Davis were playing. It was like, whoo, all right, it's a top heavy squad right here. And once you get past like 5.5, boy, it gets a little dicey.
Yeah. I know. I mean, it's crazy. And what Mark Williams for Duke got into foul trouble early, and then they put their backup center out there, and he had 4 fouls in like 8 minutes, and you're just like, oh my gosh, what are you going to do? And I think that, again, maybe that's the one thing that I learned is that when you need Paolo Banchero to go into the post and defend somebody, he was the best defender out of any of them. I
think James is coming around.
A little bit here and there, but I still think the fit in Sacramento would be tough. Defensively, he's better than I thought. He's not a great shot blocker, but which I think the Kings need. And he's really good as the trailer on the 3 ball. He still has to refine a lot of the other things he does. But man, he's so talented. But why you didn't feature him and why he didn't go for 30? It's because you got a bunch of guys who think that they're showcasing themselves for the NBA.
We call that, they think they're just as nice in college. North Carolina tonight. Obviously, I got love for North Carolina. I'm not going to say I'm a super fan, but I got love. Like, we got history. But there's a part of me that feels that they emptied the tank on Saturday night. They gave everything they had to knock off Duke in that rivalry. Not in the rivalry, but put another feather in their cap in that rivalry that way. And Kansas is just sitting back waiting. Kansas hadn't had a close game all tournament, including Villanova in the semifinal game.
I'll say this: if Bacot, he clearly injured himself dramatically. Like, I watched him go to the locker room and then come back out of the locker room, and he's like, "This is it. I got to play it." But I'll say this: they're an 8 seed. They felt this way the whole entire tournament, that they were the underdog, and that they're ready for it. And so I think they're a little battle tested. And you're right, Kansas hasn't really faced a huge test. Even Villanova, really, they got it down to 6 at one point, right? But it just didn't feel like it was really even that close. And the way they shot the ball was just nuts. Watching that, we were watching they were at 67%, midway through the first half from 3. They were just bombing away and hitting every single 3 possible. And that's where Akai Agbagi, you're looking at him, you're like, okay, is he he's a 3-and-D guy for sure, but is he just a 3-and-D guy? Or is he just a Kansas and they don't let you do anything else? That's where I really enjoyed watching some of the nuances of it and looking at it specifically with an eye for the draft.
James, we don't want to anger Miss Ham, so we want to let you go get that next plate of fried food and whatever may be on the horizon today, and enjoy the game tonight. We'll see you on Wednesday.
Thanks, guys. Good seeing you.
All right. It's James Ham right there, 1320 Kings Insider, live from New Orleans. I do want to push back on something you said right there. You were talking about how North Carolina may have emptied the tank, if you will, against Duke, and obviously it's a Final Four game. It's massive for everybody involved. Or from an emotional aspect, I feel like that game was bigger for Duke than it was for North Carolina. Sure, North Carolina is thinking, hey, it's cool if we end Coach K's run right here. They're thinking about advancing to the national championship. They're thinking about winning the national championship. In my opinion, that's what's on their mind. Duke's thinking about, they beat us in Coach K's last home. We've got to right that wrong. We've got to keep this going for Coach K. We've got to win for Coach K. It was Duke that had all of the extra emotional baggage on their shoulders, whereas North Carolina's like, this is the Final Four. I don't need it. I'm trying to go to the national championship.
I understand that. I get it. I think about it like the example that I used before, though. This is the fan thought and, the pettiness in me, the trash talker in me. I want to be able to keep this thing going. Niners, Rams, right? I love these Rams jokes. I love them. I gotta win so I can keep these things going. And Niners weren't able to. UNC was able to. It was a game that was labeled the game of the century, the biggest game in the history of college basketball by some, and all this other stuff. And it was a highly emotional game. Then it ended up being close, right? It was dramatic. And I don't know. Could be wrong. I just, I feel like
it was a fight. And Kansas, I think that you had a great point. Kansas hasn't been punched in the mouth yet, which, that could be a detriment to them, because come the fourth quarter with 2 minutes left, 2.5 minutes left, they get punched in the mouth for the first time. They don't know how to react because they haven't had to react yet.
Right.
Duke, North Carolina's been punched. They know how to react.
Kansas may be Floyd Mayweather. Might not be able to touch him.
Could very well be true. Shout out to Devin Blankenship. I'm confident he's not listening to this show, but he alerted me of a tweet. He alerted me of something that took place this morning on ESPN. And I have got to play. I ain't even heard it. And I know I've got to play this clip for you.
Okay, Lake Show.
It may very well be an all-timer. And it's coming up next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Ancient, and forgive me if I'm not saying your name right. Ancient E. Yeah. You on one today, buddy. My goodness. My goodness. Just a ultra contrarian today. Our guy TC pulling a Ramsey. WAR.
Uh-oh.
I was watching national championship game. Don't nobody care about WrestleMania.
Ramsey TC. Jeez, man. Y'all just won't let us love what we love.
What more do you want from me?
We getting taken to a steakhouse tonight. I've been trying to figure out all day when I'm gonna order. Tell the waiter to bring me some grilled veggies and some rice or something.
Queen B alerted me to that.
Bosses are taking us
this
out.
Morning. She said, why y'all taking Davion there?
We had a meeting today. I thought we had this big high-level meeting this morning. We didn't.
Hey.
Did you switch back? Sorry, bro. Did you switch back? I potted you down. That's my fault. Sorry. When you leaned over to eat, I thought you were leaning over to switch your thing back, so I potted you down.
But you mentioned that, and Queen B alerted me that today. She's like, why are they taking Davion there?
Oh, man. Hi there. I know we're at a steakhouse, but can you bring your boy some broccoli? Sans butter. We'll talk about this during the show. I definitely did not think it was the Undertaker. I really don't know what I thought. Like, deep down I knew it was Cody. In listening to his presser and you know, he seems this was the right full circle move for him. So if he's happy, I'm happy for him. I mean, if this is how this story should end, or if this is how his story should continue, great. Like, he left. I don't know what he got paid, but I have to imagine he quadrupled his value to the company, returned, hopefully got a bag, and doing his thing.
Two things here. So
one of them Mark Jones Louis bags.
Excuse me, one of those Damon Barling Gucci bags.
Okay.
I'm just saying. Don't think I didn't see it. Don't think I didn't recognize. He is cooler than the other side of the pillow.
Well, I thought we were having a meeting, so I had my iPad and all this with me, but we had a 10 a.m. talk.
Real. So you still hadn't seen the match, have you?
The main event?
Mm-hmm.
No.
People are.
I've seen pieces of it, but no.
So I'll just say this: is this real? Somebody else.
Yeah, no. I saw something. Like, he did something. He absolutely did something
real.
But I think what people are saying. I'm gonna put the match on right now. He looked at Paul Heyman and said it's out.
Yeah, he was saying all this. I thought it was just part of the dialogue, like, right?
Yeah, his arm looked pretty, but he did put both hands. He put both titles over his shoulder.
They mentioned there was something he did after he won where he grabbed on the ropes, and they said, did he just pop his arm back in socket? Like, they said that was what he was doing.
But that WrestleMania talk is coming.
Mm.
Leave that.
Yeah, man. It's going down.
I think Matt George wants to talk WrestleMania too. Matt's going to join us coming up. I think it's 2:47. Not I think. I know Matt George is going to be with us a little over an hour from now. I do want to play this. I want to be honest with everyone. I have not heard this, but I see it on Twitter and I'm reading it and I desperately need to hear this. I have to hear what this is all about. It's Get Up. It's Mike Greenberg and it's Irvin Magic Johnson.
What is fair to put on LeBron? Again, he's played great, but what is fair criticism of him for the season the Lakers
Well, Davion, first of all, thank you, because I love listening to get my football knowledge from all your football experts that
You're
you
welcome,
have on the
fam.
show.
I got you.
And so when I think about it, the blame that he's got to take is the fact that DeRozan ended up in Chicago and not with the Lakers. He has
expand on that thought if you will.
Well, because DeRozan wanted to play for the Lakers, and when I got the call from his agent, I called the Lakers, said, "Hey, he wants to come home," and DeRozan could have been a Laker instead of a Bull. We could have made that deal, but when Russell and LeBron and them start talking, that's when they nixed that deal and went with Westbrook, and he became a Laker instead of DeRozan. And I think with DeRozan, and then you had a chance to keep the role players, Caruso, KCP, all those guys who are our best defenders, see, they left. And that's why we were a bad defensive team. But if you sign DeRozan, you only trade Kuzma for Buddy Hield, we would be playing in the Western Conference Championship this year with those two guys.
Oh, man. Irvin. Oh. Buddy Hield brings you to the Western Conference Championship. Oh, come on, Irvin. Explain to me. He's talking about how come. First of all, I love Magic. But you were going to sign DeMar DeRozan and keeps Alex Caruso. How were you going to do that?
Well, first of all, I'm trying to think like it was.
You couldn't sign Alex Caruso,
year, right?
Russell Westbrook?
Yeah, how many? 37?
It's like 30, 40, something like that, but you traded for him. You didn't sign him.
Right.
So you're talking about keeping these role players. You're re-signing Alex Caruso.
Mm-hmm.
And now you're signing DeMar DeRozan?
Well, here's where Magic isn't wrong. That's not the first time I heard about DeRozan wanted to come.
No. We absolutely heard that. I'm just, how does the math work? DeRozan knew the cap situation. If that's really out there and that's really true, he would have took whatever deal needed to come back home. Okay, but they wouldn't even re-sign Alex Caruso because they didn't
know how that works. I don't know how that works. Matter of fact, I don't think that works at all. But you would add KCP still. And Kuzma and Buddy. Are they
who, by the way, is like a $60 million contract. How could you
is, right?
No, Buddy is.
Buddy is. I'm trying to think, are you saving some money with Kuz? Because Kuz signed a new deal. So was he making just as much as Buddy,
Kuzma
a little less?
Free agent this year? No,
I think he's got like he signed like a 3 or 4 year deal 2 years ago. I thought. I don't think it's expiring.
Okay.
He was the one guy that got paid after they traded Ingram and all those guys. Yeah, I don't know. Caruso.
He's got I'm sorry. It's a player option for 2023, 2024. All right. So he's on the books next year for 13.
Caruso's the one I don't understand. I don't know how that works. but I'll even say this though. Isn't that it's not a hard cap like the NFL. It's all about luxury tax stuff.
Well, it's luxury for players that you have. Like Alex Caruso would have been luxury. you can't sign DeMar DeRozan and it'd be a luxury tax.
Right.
Like
Exactly.
you can't go over
It's
to,
only
to
for you
sign a
and
new
I.
player. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Nonetheless.
That's
But Damian, first of all, thank you, because I love listen, get my football.
I got you. I got you, Irvin. Because if you don't think that's going on the board, you out your ever-loving mind. If you don't think Magic Johnson singing the praises.
First of all, thank you, because I love listen, get my football.
I got you, baby. I got you, Irv. I got you.
What a quote. What a quote. What a soundbite right there.
Got that.
Ain't nobody thinking Kenny. Ain't nobody thinking
that's true. Ain't nobody thinking Kenny. Ain't nobody thinking Kenny. Oh man! All right. Well,
Buddy
Lakers,
Western Conference team. Wow, Buddy. Have you paid attention to the Pacers at all lately? It feels like they give up 120 to 130 every night.
Yeah, and I think they're fine with that. I think they accepted the end of the season a long time ago.
Yeah,
they've locked themselves into a. I mean, they've lost 7 in a row. Detroit's won 3 in a row. It's a stretch, but it's not impossible that Indiana falls even further. I seriously doubt it. Oklahoma City, they're right there at 23 wins. They're going to try to outdo, Portland's at 27. Like Indiana's really locked itself into the 5th spot. Looks like Portland has locked itself into the 6th spot.
Can I talk about something? Because people are talking about they talk about tanking, right? And this has always been said before. I'm not breaking news. Other people have said it, but they talk about Indiana's tanking. How many of those players on Indiana do you think give a damn about the lottery?
None.
Absolutely none. So the Pacers aren't losing because they're tanking. They're just losing because the team isn't good. And including the quote unquote good players and all this stuff. They're just getting beat. They're just getting beat. Or they could be checked out because the season's over. But they're not saying, yes, we're doing this tanking thing just the way we want. Then people get mad at like the Kings players or the Kings for not tanking earlier. There's not one person that was like on that road trip where they started winning games that cared about losing ball games.
Mm-hmm.
Nor should they. We have guys like Davion Mitchell who's looking for his opportunity to show that he's a ball player. We got guys like Trey Lyles, Jeremy Lamb, Dante DiVincenzo, Damian Jones. All these guys are going into free agent years. They're trying to get paid.
Yeah,
they're trying to ball.
Mm-hmm.
Metsu is a step away from the G League. He fighting for his life every single time he step on that floor.
Yeah.
The last thing any of those guys are thinking about are ping pong balls. They couldn't happen. Jeremy Lamb's not even going to be here next year. Why would he care what the Kings pick would be?
Mm-hmm.
Damian Jones may be looking at it like, I'm not even going to be here. And if I am, you think I care about some little 19-year-old trying to take my spot? Like, you guys we're here to help you out here. You guys got to think a little more critically when you talk about tanking and they should be doing this. There's not one person on that roster. The only person that maybe you can make an argument for would be Harrison Barnes. Because he's the only
one
who's
playing like 50 minutes a game.
Right.
He's putting up Wilt Chamberlain numbers. Let's continue this conversation. I hate to do this. This is just kind of one of those. We went long with James. We're gonna regroup here. We'll get back on track. Kenny will continue that thought. And Indiana's last 3 games, boy, they might mess around and get into that bottom 4. We'll explain.
Portland right now.
You ain't lying. Philly, and Brooklyn are their final 3 games. We'll talk more Kings when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I'm gonna run downstairs and throw my juice in. I'll be right back.
Ancient. Nobody's acting. Well, you just kind of just keep talking. Like I don't really. I'm not sitting here thinking about what you're doing because I could tell you the sky is blue. You would tell me it's red. You know what I mean? Like that's your bag right now, is to be contradictory to everything. So not really addressing you. But in situations like this, now they're not thinking critically because they're getting mad at the Kings. Excuse me, they're getting mad at the Kings for losing or for winning. Talking about they should be tanking. And number one, when you talk about the Kings organization, they've got their 2 best players not playing for the past 2 weeks. And then you got a bunch of guys that are out there fighting for their careers. So who are you getting mad at? Like the organization's tank. They've got Josh Jackson out there. Once again,
What more do you want from me?
they're running out there with Josh Jackson and Kada on occasions, and Alex Lynn going up against the Miami Heat. They're out here playing guys that are fringe NBA players. Those guys are out there trying to win games. It's not like the Kings are running out their best lineup every night as well. So, like, you're not thinking critically. You're not. Well, look, and if folks are mad that Barnes is still getting minutes, fine. You talk about, I think Ancient brought it up, that Indiana's tanking. They're doing it right. Tyrese Halliburton and Buddy Hield are playing like 40 minutes a night. So which one is it? Is it Uchi Wally Wally or is it one Mike? Are they doing the tanking perfectly and the Kings are doing it wrong, or what is it? Like, y'all just be saying anything, man. Come on now. You just be saying anything. Tyrese and Buddy are playing 40 minutes a night. Oh, look at my guy, Gabe Kapler. Look at my guy.
Oh, what do you do now?
No, I just got the game on.
Oh.
My guy, Gabe Kapler.
Just wish Kada played more. You mean you just wish Kada played ever?
Did he play? He didn't play on Friday, did he? He didn't play.
No, I don't think so. I don't think
he didn't
I don't
play at all.
No. No. Brock came out with braids, huh? All right.
Harry Rock wake.
I mean, he's still terrifying. No, the match is playing. The match is playing right now.
Massive.
Yeah, he
Rock
is
massive. Yeah.
It
was sick. It was a
terrifying.
dope match. It was a dope match. It was very.
That poor referee. God, I hope that referee I hope he got a WrestleMania main event payday for that.
He took that.
Jeez. Hey, we got an idea, pal. Partner, I had to cut you off mid-thought there because we ran our conversation with James on, but we were talking about draft order. By the way, if you're just tuning in, Kenny and I spent an extensive amount of time in the first hour addressing things that went on in the city of Sacramento over the weekend. We've attempted to kind of shift gears and get into the show here, but the phone lines stay open for you, whether it's a Kings talk or whether it's just a talk, man. We got you. 916-349-1320. Lots of people taking part in the conversation respectfully all day in the chat house, youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN ESPN 1320 and on Facebook Live as well. But I was joking about Indiana. Like, Indiana may actually fall into the top to the bottom four, top four for the draft, bottom four for the league, in that they've got Philadelphia, and Brooklyn coming up, and they're 2 games away from catching, and you know, they'll need some help along the way. And I'm sure Detroit and Oklahoma City are very aware of this, but there's only 2 games that separate them. Detroit's got, did I click on Detroit? Yeah, this is Detroit's schedule: Dallas, Milwaukee, and Philly. Oh, it's possible. Probably not likely, because I'm sure Oklahoma City is aware of where they're at. I'm sure Detroit's aware of where they're at. But that's a tough final. Indiana really looking at just ending the season with 10 straight losses.
They currently on a 7-game losing streak. Some of these point totals are crazy. The other team, 133, 131 for Toronto, 132 for Atlanta, 125 for Denver, 128 for Boston, 121 for Detroit. Marvin Bagley didn't even play.
Yikes. 121.
Their superstar center didn't even play.
He is a superstar. He was a steal. That's what they've been saying. That is what Detroit has been saying. Thanks for screwing this up, Sacramento. We have got our player of the future in Marvin Bagley.
Do you think Indiana's doing it right? Because like the argument that I had during the break with a couple of people were like, well, if the Kings aren't, you know, it's fine that everybody else is playing, but why is Harrison Barnes playing 40 minutes a night? And that's fine, I guess, but you're also telling me that Indiana's doing it the right way. Halliburton and Hill play 40 minutes a night every night. So which one is it? Are they doing it right, or are they doing the same thing the Kings are doing? They just think a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to come as a shock to some. The Pacers aren't a good basketball team. So, I mean, like, I mean, if we're talking about doing it right or doing it wrong, what if they're just doing all they can?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, to answer your original question, no, I haven't been following what the Indiana Pacers have been doing, but you just kind of laid it out there. Tyrese is playing. Their guys are playing. So I assume they're attempting to win games, and they're just not. I don't think Tyrese gives a damn. Tyrese could have been sold something by the Indiana Pacers and Rick Carlisle. You think he cares? A year after, like, setting up, thinking he was a cornerstone for the Sacramento Kings and being traded, you think he's going to trust an organ? Oh, thanks, guys. I'm so happy I found it. No, yeah, you gotta earn my love, pal. Because I ain't just gonna open my heart up to you.
Nah, absolutely not. And then I feel like even somebody you look at, like, you feel like Portland is doing the right thing. Portland, they weren't, like, it's not like they went from the 10th spot to a top 3 pick. Like, they were going to be in that range regardless. They were down where they were for a reason. Yeah, they got a couple of wins after the McCollum trade. It looked like what you thought this team was going to finish 20-5 defend the season.
Yeah, let's be honest though, that was weird. They like traded CJ, like all of their guys are gone, and all of a sudden they won like 4 in a row. Like, wait a minute, what?
Yeah, bizarre. Bizarre. But hey, real quick, just real quick.
Yeah. Random question.
Well, no, it's not even random. I got to give myself some credit. I got to give myself some credit, man, because I had a hell of a point last night on Sports Sunday, and it was spot on. It was spot on. I got to give myself some credit.
Kenny patting himself on the back.
I gotta give myself some credit.
This just into the ESPN studios. Kenny Caraway is patting himself on the back.
Our homegirl Sarah Hodges, she asked us a question about the NFL fixing the overtime rules. And boy, was I spot on when I said, who cares? If they want to fix something, fix that stupid tiebreaker rule that almost cost the NFC championship contender to not even make the playoffs. The tiebreaker was ridiculous in the NFC last year. If the Eagles, Saints, and Niners finished with the same record, the Saints, who were 0-1 in their head-to-head matchup with any of the three other teams would have made the playoffs over the Niners, who were 1-0 in that same little triangle. People ain't talking about it because the right thing happened. Niners got in and they went on a run like they were supposed to. But we need to talk about these things. They don't need to be convenient. Let's talk about it now. They need to fix that tiebreaker rule now. Trash. But they worried about overtime and a team that can't play defense getting an opportunity to get the ball.
Okay.
Great point by me last night.
It was a solid point, because only Kenny will bring up the 49ers, who weren't wronged in this situation, but they were almost wrong. Only Kenny would take a question about overtime and somehow tie it back to the San Francisco 49ers almost getting worked out of a playoff spot, which they weren't. But yeah, you should pat yourself on the back. Only you could randomly bring that.
This is when you make a valid argument that is pure. You're not self-serving here. You're not only making an argument because your team got screwed in the situation. No, my team didn't get screwed. We took care of business. We won. We got in there. But I want to see the betterment of the game. So even though that we wouldn't have been affected either way. We were right by winning. We were right if we would have been in the tiebreaker. I want to see the game be better. And that was trash.
Okay. Do you want to?
I don't even need I don't need that. I can just take my right hand and boom, boom, pat myself on the back, and we can move on. But that was a hell of a point by me.
Kenny Horowitz, he makes great points on Sports Sunday, occasionally on the radio too. 916-349-1320. Let's get to our man Eric. Eric, what's going on, bro?
Dang, what's happening, man?
What's up, baby?
Good, man. On KC, what you say, man? Acknowledge me.
Come on, man. I got you, big guy. I got you, Eric. Come on, man.
Acknowledge me.
There you go.
Yeah, I had to call my 1320 Celtics. You guys were my psychologists earlier in the year. You talked me off the ledge. So you told me things were going to get better. You told me to stay in there on Jason Tatum.
Mm-hmm.
And lo and behold, 26-6 since January 23rd.
Man,
Tatum is playing like a all NBA player, maybe whatever team you want to put him on, but he is absolutely balling out of control. And I did have a few reservations. I don't want to see Toronto in the playoffs because I think we have some vaccination issues as far as that goes. And I am kind of worried about Robert Williams being out of the first round and how that's going to affect us. But defensively, which is what we really hung our hat on, the last couple months of the season, I think that is what is going to carry us over. And that is, I believe, a direct result of Ime Udoka and what he's brought into the team. So just wanted to get your guys' opinion. I don't know if you guys have watched much Celtics basketball, but wanted to see what you guys thought about the chances they have in the playoffs. I think it's going to depend on matchups. I don't think we're on the level, even though our record might say, of those Philly and Miami. I don't think we're there yet, but like I said, with defense and some timely shooting, you never know.
Well, Eric, first of all, I'm happy you were able to step back from the ledge from that early, because I remember Eric was he wanted I think he was trying to trade Tatum to Sacramento for Marvin Bagley. I mean, real talk though, I like the Celtics more than everyone in the East except for Milwaukee.
Yeah.
I love Joe. Don't like James. Don't like the makeup. Feel like there's already some stuff there that they might not be able to work through. By the way, we didn't mention this. Kevin Durant's already talking about his knee injury derailed the Brooklyn Nets season. Well, Ben Simmons isn't going to play this. Well, I don't think it's that Ben Simmons isn't going to play this year. He's not going to play in the regular season, which, he's not a part of the play-in either. So I don't know how you walk them out there in the first round of the series. Or first round of the playoffs, assuming they make it. I'm just going to operate under the assumption that Ben Simmons is out for the year. Miami, I mean, they're tough. They got a lot of great components. I just love Boston. But I'm just not betting against Giannis Antetokounmpo, though.
Nah, Giannis, every time so far, you know, you can lose your title belt at any time. I'm just saying, when Giannis is needed to step up and show out, he's done it the last 2 years. He's done it. Yeah. And until somebody knocks him off his pedestal, like you mentioned, he's Roman Reigns out here. Roman Reigns. Simple as that. Luke almost did it yesterday. You know, he had a little moment.
Who almost had a moment?
Luke had a moment over there outdueling Giannis. You know, you're talking about Udoka, first year head coach, turned things around. Willie Green did a great job with New Orleans. First year head coach, turned things around. And I know he's not a favorite on here. I understand why, but I'm just talking about, you know, hoop and everything like that. Jason Kidd done a great job with Dallas. Done a great job.
Yeah, Dallas's 49-30 record is a bit of a stunner to me.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Dallas in the playoffs, Dallas in the play-in, got you nothing. But Dallas being this good and really, you know, they're gonna push Golden State the remainder of the season for that 3 spot.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, didn't see that. Didn't see that at all.
Yeah. Real quick, because we got Brian on the line too. Want to get to him, and we got to do the ID. Jesse, why do they call Robert Williams Time Lord? I remember that initial introductory press conference. He wasn't even in the city.
Yeah.
He wasn't even in Boston.
Yep.
That's the flight.
91. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge. Matt George going to join us in 45 minutes. And Brian here. Brian, what's going on, bro?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Hey, KC.
Yes, sir. What's up, Brian?
Hey, man, the 3-team tiebreaker, what do you do with a third team? Just because one's 0-1 and one is 1-0, what do you do with the third team?
In this particular case, the Niners were 1-0 because they beat Philadelphia. The Eagles were 1-1. They beat New Orleans and they lost to the Niners. And the Saints were 0-1. The team with no win, goodbye.
This happens just about every year. I kind of get what you're saying, but this happens quite a bit. I don't.
And Brian, real quick to cut you off, it should really come down to Saints and Eagles, because the Niners, they ain't lose nothing to none of these guys. At least the Eagles, you can make the argument the Eagles have one loss. Niners didn't lose. They shouldn't be in this thing at all. Not only were they in a situation where they would have got knocked out, the Eagles ended up having the higher seed.
Yeah. I mean, I see your point. I mean, if any of the teams go 2-0 against the other two, they get in.
Yes.
So it does come down to head-to-head a bit, but you're right. I mean, in this case, the Niners were probably more deserving, obviously, since they beat my Cowboys in the first round. So
I had to do it. Yeah, we just had to do what we had to do.
Appreciate you, Brian.
Look, that would have helped everybody out, because the Cowboys and Anthony Joshua Parsons wouldn't have had to face the Niners. They would have been facing the Eagles, because the Eagles shouldn't even have been the 7th seed. I don't even know how we got there, or the 6th seed, whatever it is. Niners should have been a higher seed. It would have helped everybody.
Do you hear yourself? One, y'all went to the NFC Championship, and you're angry about something that didn't actually happen.
Mm-hmm.
Two, we're not even at the draft yet, and you're fired up over some tiebreaker rule because some overtime rule changed.
Yeah, they worried about the wrong thing, man. Oh, the overtime rule, that's the wrong thing.
Is there any chance at all that you're worried about the wrong thing?
No.
Okay. All right. I got the TV playing next to me. Be careful what you wish for.
Oh.
You want representation in wrestling?
Oh, goodness.
Get Bobby Lashley and Almost Wrestling at WrestleMania. Oh, man.
I don't know what we're doing here. I really don't know what we're doing. Are we there?
I'll watch
part
that.
of the show? WrestleMania? Are we at the WrestleMania part of the show?
Okay, no, we will be. We will be. We can't be there yet for one reason. We are not talking about WrestleMania before giving Dawn Staley her proper crown.
Come on now,
South Carolina.
Yes, indeed. South Carolina, stand up.
You might want to hit that other button that you like to hit too.
Oh,
for Dawn Staley.
Oh, you already know what it is because we need to do it.
Acknowledge me.
Hey,
yeah.
She's the one in 11-1. UConn had never lost in an NCAA tournament final before yesterday when they ran into Dawn Staley and her crew there at South Carolina. Destiny Henderson, Aaliyah Boston, like she continues to recruit well. She continues to crank out stars. When you look at the caliber of player of the year that Aaliyah Boston is, when you factor that with the fact that Asia Jones, arguably one of the top players in the WNBA, man, 2 titles in short order, 2 titles in 5 years. And, I was telling Kenny this last night. A lot of people are going to be able to make this claim because it didn't actually happen. But in South Carolina's case, it's very much true. South Carolina was trekking towards a championship in 2020. Like that was their tournament to lose. You're talking 3 titles in 5 years, but a real 2 titles in 5 years. Man, she's getting continuously getting the top recruits out there, man. She's building something out there in South Carolina.
Hey, she's the big dog out there. The rest of them are little puppies because she is. I genuinely believe, because I asked you this earlier, and you brought to my attention that UConn had never won, or never lost in a championship game. But I thought about other scenarios where they didn't win a national championship, and with all due respect to Notre Dame, they were doing some great things, and they've got 1 or 2 national championships in the recent
2.
No, Notre Dame got 2. Yeah. They were there. When they lost to when UConn lost to Mississippi State, it was never looked at as, oh, here's Mississippi State. They're coming. This South Carolina thing is real.
Yeah.
This is real. This is, they're gonna be here. They're the new UConn, so to speak, where Don is just you got to go through Don every year or close to it. And I think she is perfectly lined up to be the next great head coach in women's college basketball and the next dynasty in women's college. But UConn's not going away. First of all, Gino still has the crew that he's got right now.
Gino's got a top 5 recruiting class next year. Gino's not going anywhere.
Right, Gino's not going nowhere. Yeah. But South Carolina, you want to talk about championship belt? Not only do they have the national championship, I think she has the championship belt right now.
She could. I mean, I'll give you that. I'll give you that. She is the 3rd coach. This is an amazing stat for multiple reasons. Dawn is the 3rd coach to beat Gino Auriemma multiple times in a single season. Muffet McGraw did it, and C. Vivian Stringer did it, and then Dawn. Like that's it. However, there are rumblings, not rumblings, whispers. Like rumblings are loud. Whispers are quieter. Only thing that could stop that South Carolina dynasty is Dawn Staley.
I was about to ask you this question.
Dawn might have, I'm not going to say Dawn might have her eyes set somewhere else, but somewhere else might have her eyes set on Dawn. Now, I'll believe it when I see it, and I think you will hear Dawn's name pop up over the course of the next year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. I don't know how serious any of it'll be. But I think you're going to start hearing Dawn's name tied to the NBA moving forward.
And you know what? I don't mean this as any type of shade to anybody at the Becky Hammonds or anything else like that. I don't mean this any type of way to them. This is purely about Dawn Staley. I think Dawn could do it. Oh,
Dawn could absolutely
go into the NBA, go into an NBA locker room and have the respect of everybody in that locker room. I think Don absolutely could do it. Now,
Well, to be clear, I think Becky could too.
I think she could too. And like I said, it was purely about Don, is what I'm saying. But I just feel Don is. I feel Don is a little different.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm 100% with you.
Yeah.
And yeah, I could absolutely see her walk into any men's locker room and be the head coach. Again, whether the NBA actually does it, whether an NBA team, an NBA owner actually does it, that's an entirely different conversation. But I really wouldn't be surprised to hear her name pop up.
The other thing I wanted to ask you is, do you think it's more important for her to stay at South Carolina for the growth of the game and for just for the game to get better? Is it more important for her to stay at South Carolina or go to the WNBA?
The WNBA?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no. I'd rather her be at South Carolina.
I say that because I mean, the first thing that comes to my mind, the reason why I ask that question is because it creates intrigue. That validity is not what I mean by saying this, but Don Staley goes to the New York Liberty.
So
we got a star on our hands,
no doubt,
on the sideline.
No doubt. Let's take Mark Davis kind of really strangely bragging about Becky Hammond's contract, right? Publicly to show, look what I did. Take Becky Hammond's contract and multiply it like 3 or 4 times.
Mm-hmm.
That's about what Dawn makes at South Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
Now let NBA teams start calling South Carolina about interviewing Dawn and watch that number go up.
Yeah.
So I get your point. Your point is completely valid, but there's a big difference between being the head coach at South Carolina and being assistant in San Antonio in terms of what you make. In terms of growth, I'd rather her be at South Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, I mean, Becky Hammond was a huge get for the WNBA. It was a huge get. That salary was really important.
Mm-hmm.
Because truth, there are only a handful of Dawns. There's Dawns. Tara's nearing retirement, though I think she has a succession plan in place. Like, there's only a handful of coaches that make that caliber of money. Like, there aren't a ton of them. So, you can grab a really good college coach if you're willing to pay now in the WNBA, but none of them are going to have the cachet that Dawn has.
Do you think, another question I have is, do you think that during an WNBA broadcast we see more Diana Taurasi?
Nope. Don't think we see that. Don't think we see that anymore. Like, the fact that someone was like, yo, I got an idea. It's worked so well with Peyton and Eli. Let's put Diana Taurasi on live television. And I love it because Sue Bird was probably like, yeah, go ahead. Do that. That was one of the highlights of the weekend. That clip because it's like, because if you know that, like, if you, and I don't mean no Diana, if you know anything about Diana, like, that's like, yeah, that is something Diana Taurasi would. I guarantee you Diana had thought about how she's going to work that line in to the broadcast and probably thought, how many times can I work some sort of reference like that into this broadcast?
That was funny,
Diana. But shoot, give Diana the mega cast treatment. I'm watching her.
I'm watching
10 times out of 10.
She pulled it off again last night.
Well, I didn't see what she said last night.
Same style.
She knows. She knows what time it is.
South Carolina was playing. Same style.
Oh yeah. Yeah. If you search it out on Twitter. We don't want to desensitize your ears. It's Diana Weiland. We'll come back. Want to take a look at a couple of things. Your boy Frank Gore had you a little misty-eyed last night in the long-awaited WrestleMania conversation.
I can't wait.
On the way. Plus Matt George coming up here on ESPN 1320. You got a show?
No.
Okay. I'm gonna go grab my juice and I'll be right back. Sorry,
Jesse. I got my weekends mixed up. I thought Ryan was fighting on Saturday. He's actually fighting this Saturday. Yeah. This weekend kind of lit though. I think Triple G fights, Ryan fights. I think Erickson Lubin fights on Showtime. I'm not sure. That might be the following. It might be the 16th. Oh, you going to Mexico this weekend? Nice. Never been to Mexico. Never been. Never even went to TJ. You said don't? That's what concerns me typically about going there. Just, I'm like, if I'm not at a resort, it's like, I don't know. Really? Oh no, they do fight this. Damn, it is lit this week. Erickson Lubin does fight on Saturday. Wow. Lubin versus Fundora. That's the real tall guy. Lubin versus Fundora on Saturday. Ryan Garcia versus a bum. Triple G versus a bum. Oh, Michaela Meyer. I know her. Wow. Yeah, that's the move for a lot of people down in like LA, San Diego. Like, let's go to TJ for the night. Yeah, I didn't make that move. I never made that move. Yeah, I never made that move. Oh, by the way, Dr. David, hold on. I got you, Dr. David. Yeah, let me get it in here. I want to make sure I got everything right. Where's my man at? There we go. Hey, air horns for Dr. David's 11-year-old cousin, Faith Gomez, who won her first. Oh, that's the wrong button.
Whoops. Hey.
Faith Gomez. Air horns for you. Fighting for Fat City Boxing in Stockton. Stockton is like a low-key boxing hotbed. They got a lot of boxing. Yeah.
Man, they made this juice like 5 minutes ago. This joint is fresh.
You order it, they deliver it to you?
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. They have a pretty cool mural of it's not boxing, but they have a pretty cool mural of Nick Diaz in somewhere in downtown Stockton. It's actually not far from the train station. That's how I've seen it. But that's pretty cool.
Did you watch Knoxville and Sami Zayn?
I did. It was pretty.
Did you find it? I thought it was entertaining as hell.
It was real good.
And Sammy, no, you don't. Skip it.
Oh my God.
It's bad. Skip it.
You know what? I was thinking about something. They could have really done some good things with Omos if they did it right now. It just seems like it's all gone.
You're trying to make him a wrestler. Don't make him a wrestler. He's a giant. Let him be a giant.
Yeah. That's it. And let him do that for like a year. Don't do it for 3 weeks and then he loses Bobby Lashley's no slouch, but still it's like 9 inches tall or shorter than him.
Who?
I feel like that would be a wasted opportunity.
It's possible. It's possible. So, when I knew The Rock wasn't coming out?
Family. Heyman.
When I David, we can't. I'm sorry that you're new to the show. We can't, buddy. I'm so sorry. We've never been able to.
Patreon.
When I knew The Rock wasn't coming out? God. Stilo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world. handcrafted in Brazil. We were talking WrestleMania. Like I had my whole theory about how WrestleMania was going to end with The Rock and all of that. I was telling Kenny, you know, when I knew The Rock wasn't coming out, when Stone Cold came out a second time. They're not gonna do this because if they had done that in one night, you would have had Hunter open the show for like 20 freaking minutes. By the way,
yeah, I didn't see that.
Yeah, you didn't need to.
I heard about it. I was like, nah.
The music played like three. With all due respect, with all due respect to Triple H, I honest to God think he was waiting for a response that never came. Like he was waiting for that like Undertaker response, and it never happened. And he would do the pause, and he would look around, and it's like, yeah, bro, it's not coming. Like, just say what you got to say and get out of the ring because the response you're waiting for is not coming. And he does the whole bit, and he deserves it. Like he's a guy, you know. He retires. I guess there's a bit where you put your boots in the ring. Like, bruh, cool.
Come on, man. This is why. This is why. This was not necessary.
It was useless. Like there was no reason for
why
it.
We be thinking about. I'll say me. This is why I be thinking the way I do about Hunter. I like Hunter, but bro,
there was no reason for.
Nobody was thinking about that at WrestleMania this weekend.
And there was no reason to bring The Undertaker out a second time. Like, okay, let's talk about this for a second. Who the hell does WWE think is watching this show? On Saturday, they air, and I absolutely know someone on Reddit probably timed it. They had to have aired at minimum 60 to 70 minutes worth of video packages between every match to preview night 2 of WrestleMania. Like, fam, we're already here. Do you think someone's like, yo, I'm watching night 1, but I ain't watching night 2. I'm team night 1, dog. And then you watch night 2 of WrestleMania, and they're airing 60 to 7 minutes of video recaps for stuff that happened the night before.
Oh, man.
Bruh, we saw it. And you know what? Just in case you didn't see it, just in case this audience who paid big money for their tickets didn't get to cheer him yesterday, we're going to bring out The Undertaker, who has a 20 freaking minute entrance out for a second time. This, of course, was 2 nights after he gave an hour and 10-minute speech in which I just knew at any minute he was going to ask me for 10% of my money to get into the gates of heaven. I kept thinking, man, there's something.
Let's go back even further. Let's go back to Friday night.
Different,
because I thought all the speeches were really good. I thought it was great. I mean, bro, the Shad thing. That just.
Oh man, that got me. Yeah, that got me.
Come on, man. That's just never.
That got me.
That's never gonna have me not emotional, if that makes sense, right? Yep. Like that's just it's crazy. But and it's funny that you said that about Undertaker and asking for 10%. First thing I thought about when I got to him in the ring, Ray Lewis.
Oh man.
Remember the Hall of Fame gave Ray the earpiece?
Yep.
I said they went Ray Lewis. They gave her earpiece.
And he's like, I'm going to introduce you to Mark Calloway for the first time. And it's like, oh, cool. All right, good. Like, cool. And then it's like, wow, he's different. And I was like, man, there's just this whole thing has a weird like tone to it. And then when he looked at Michelle and said, you introduced me to my Lord and Savior, I was like, oh my God, we were right. It's Preacher Taylor. The dead man is a preacher. Oh man, it was it wasn't a bad speach at all. It was it had a weird vibe to it. Like it was just like, wow, this isn't at all what I thought. And he's given like these, he had like, I don't remember what he called them, but I keep thinking in my head, Hulk Hogan, the 3 Demandments. He had like these 3 things that he wanted us to all live by. I'm like, what the hell is happening right now? The Undertaker is like preaching life to us. This is not what I expected.
Look, I stayed away from it because I understand I'm just not really an Undertaker guy. And I know there are a lot of people who are. He's been to the business. He's been around 20 plus years, and he's had 20 plus years of moments. So I get that whole thing wasn't for me. It was for those people. And that's fine. I don't have no problem with it. But I just, first of all, first thing I noticed was him having the earpiece. I said, they literally went Ray Lewis on something. They gave this boy the Ray Lewis earpiece for his Hall of Fame instruction. And then when you get to him on WrestleMania nights on the both ones. So I had a crazy little situation where on Sunday, bless everybody's heart, I love my family. Maybe you can put this on me, but I set up a gathering of a birthday party on Sunday. And it was supposed to be earlier in the day at one point.
Wait, who did it? Not your birthday party.
No, it's my little bro's birthday.
Oh, you said a birthday party.
Yeah, little bro and two of my little cousins. You know, they got birthdays in the same vicinity. They're grown men, 30 plus now. But, you know, we were just, hey, let's get together and kind of have dinner for everybody's birthday all at once. Cool. It was originally supposed to be at 3. We'd be done by, 5, 6. They don't really champagne and campaign that long. Maybe I missed the first hour. Well, somehow I got pushed back to 6. And then I was like, they're not wrestling people at all. So I wasn't just going to have it playing in the living room when I know it would only be me and Reese and kind of the Queen Bee that cared about it. So I said, let me throw on this Kings game, kind of help everybody else out. But I mean, at some point I was just like, y'all missing WrestleMania. Me and Davion had to do TV at 8. And I said, Davion, you won't believe what's going on. I haven't been able to see Sunday live, right? This is insane. I'm losing my mind. It's like I'm 7 years old again. 7 years old.
Of course, that's because Kenny is only 2 ages. How old he is now and 7. That's the only 2 ages Kenny has ever had. How old he is now and 7.
And so when they left, and I was like, I stayed away from everything and stayed away from social media or whatever. That's why I couldn't live tweet like I did on Saturday. I went to the Peacock Network and I was like, all right, I'm about to watch it. And it wasn't on yet. I said, yo, don't play with me right now.
They gotta fix that.
I was bitter for about an hour. Don't play with me. But I went back and ended up watching everything till like 1 a.m. And we talk about the Taker though. He comes back out on Sunday and I was like, oh, Taker's here. And he's on stage. I was like, let me press this fast forward button. I don't really need to see this again. So, they got the time on there and it was like at 2 hours and 25 minutes. And I fast forwarded to like 2 hours and 29 minutes. He had only moved 2 steps to the left, to the middle. Yeah. I said, bro, what? They really did this? What? What?
The best part, my favorite part was night 1, because I just want to imagine how he had the Shad Gaspard family and the Vader family and the Steiners, and it's like, all right, guys, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna bring you on stage, and then the Undertaker comes out. Oh, by the way, when the lights go out, get the hell out of the way. Your moment's over. The second the lights go out, you scurry your asses backstage so the Undertaker could come out and stand around for 10 minutes. But congratulations, all the Hall of Fame. Take your ring and go sit in your seat. WrestleMania. But despite the fact that the show had no flow because of those awful video packages, I thought the actual... Yeah, I thought the actual shows, the matches were entertaining. Man. There weren't very many that I walked away from that I was like, oh, yeah. I hate that. Oh, man. Now that I think about it, the 2 worst matches had Bobby Lashley in it. And New Day was in the other. They just squashed the New Day.
Well, let me say this. I'm just going to say it might have been the one match I fast forward all the way through.
See?
To the point where I don't even know what the outcome was. Yep. That's the only match I don't even I saw they were on. I said, and it wasn't even New Day. It was more of the Sheamus crew that I wasn't really interested in.
Not it.
Dude, I don't even know the outcome.
Yeah.
I let that fast forward button go for about 20 minutes just to make sure I didn't see what happened there.
I hope whoever loves me in this life loves me the way WWE loves Sheamus. Because that's just one I just don't get. Like I hope y'all live with my shortcomings, and I just hope y'all love me and in the way that WWE lives through that dude's shortcomings. I don't get it.
Yeah, that's not. I don't understand. I don't understand. Now let's get to the nuts and bolts.
Okay.
Let's get to the nuts and bolts. Let's start with a little appetizer first. The guest appearances.
Oh my gosh. They were all so
First of all, let's start on Saturday with Logan. Logan Paul. Oh my gosh.
I was having
sick.
Like I don't know that everybody agreed with that. I was having a text conversation and it's like Logan Paul is he's such a trash person. I was like, he might be, but he kind of killed it. Like he kind of played his role like to perfection. And when he hit that Eddie Three Amigos and the crowd picked up on what was going on, that's he. It was perfect.
Splash.
That's he.
My God. Like he was so good. He was so good. And then we go to the next night, and I hadn't seen Pat McAfee when we had talked before the show, so I went back and watched it. Wow.
When he did the flip off the rope, ran back and jumped to the top rope like that, I was like, all right, Pat McAfee is a talented dude. Yeah. Now, the good and the bad here, his match with just above and beyond. I also secretly love the fact that Pat McAfee wrestled in just what he does his radio show.
Yeah,
he's just wrestling in a black tank top and jeans
with the holes at the knees, Jordan 11 Jubilees, and tank top.
He's like he's like WrestleMania, Monday's radio show, same thing. Monday's YouTube show, same thing. I'm just gonna wear the same thing.
Yeah.
However, I'd imagine it was like, hey, we're gonna have you go out there, Pat, and you're gonna be a feature part of WrestleMania. And I think this dude is extremely talented. You're gonna go out there, you're gonna beat Austin Theory, one of our actual full-time WWE superstars. You're gonna get to drink beer with Stone Cold Steve Austin, and then he's gonna stun you. And I love that the new gimmick with the stunner is who can oversell it the most.
Austin did it.
It's like, Austin killed it. Austin did great, but I love Pat McAfee's sell too. Like it was they all nailed it. Oh, but by the way, Pat, in the middle, a 76-year-old man is going to whoop your ass. And what I'm going to need you to do, Pat, is just suspend all logic here. And I just want you, all you got to do, Pat, is just run directly into Vince's arm.
And somehow Vince can give clotheslines from hell.
And then I want you to, and then when Vince goes to throw you into the turnbuckle, I want you to sell it like you've just been, tackled by Trent Williams. I don't know. But he was bumping around like Shawn Michaels in 2005, dude. I was like, I'm looking at Pat McAfee. And the whole thing would be past Vince McMahon ripping off his shirt, which was hilarious.
Yeah, that was
past that, the whole thing was rough. It was like, okay. And of course it gets worse when Austin comes out.
Oh, well, I'll push back though. Well, and I think you agree with it. Austin coming out, I didn't think he was coming back out. I didn't think he was coming out again. I didn't think we'd ever see Austin again. And when he came, I knew the part of me actually thought like they were just going to leave it with Vince doing that and doing a Vince thing. You know what I mean? And then when Austin come out, and I mean, come on, man. We mentioned it through text. The pop that happens for Austin when he comes out is just, it's a one of one.
The thing the night before was kind of dumb.
I didn't like it.
I thought it was stupid. Like
I didn't think it was bad. Like I wasn't like, oh, it was terrible.
It was like
KO.
I tricked you. I tricked you. Like I lied. I want to challenge you to a match. Like, come on, man. Like this is dumb. Here's how I'll always look at this. Stone Cold Steve Austin's last match was 19 years ago against The Rock. It wasn't 2 nights ago against Kevin Owens. You can have a referee involved if you want to, but I'm never going to look at that, whatever that was, as a match with Kevin Owens. And it like cool moments for cool moment for that. I don't even know that that's Wizards Jordan. That's like Hornets Jordan.
Oh my!
Like if Jordan came out, if Jordan came out for game 82 on Sunday, that would have been what that was.
Well, and I understand. And then, I mean, can we talk about it for a second? If we're gonna get on 70-year-old Vince McMahon being able to do something, and I know it's okay. I know it's wrestling. 70-year-old Vince McMahon being able to do something 50-something Stone Cold who wasn't moving. He wasn't moving spry in there. He gonna do something to KO?
Yeah, I mean,
come on.
That's why they did the whole no disqualification thing. Like I don't feel like they needed to take it that far.
No.
Yeah, I thought it was bad, but it explains why, because it was so freaking long. It explains why they closed the night with that. And then the outcome of the Charlotte Ronda match explained why they didn't close with that.
Yeah. And can I go there real quick?
Shout out to Bianca though. Yep.
Can I go there real quick? Because I said something when we met today that there was some pushback on. Can I just go there?
Go ahead.
I was watching Charlotte last week, and I said, Charlotte might be pound for pound the best in the game right now. If she's not the best, she's top 3. And this is what I mean. The performances in the ring are phenomenal.
Mm-hmm.
But she might be the best on the mic in the game. Her mic skills, when you talk, like, because the way she speaks is like typically wrestling speaks like, you think you're coming at me?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to tell you, I've got another thing coming. I'm coming for you. Like, it's not, Charlotte will get on there and be like,
that's Ahmed Caraway. It's Ahmed Caraway right there. Ahmed Caraway.
Charlotte will be like, listen, this is what I think about you. Your man wants me. And this is what it's so natural. It's so natural. I think that's why I like Jade too. Like, that always appeals to me. It's like so natural. And you combine that with the ring skills. Is Charlotte top 3 in the game right now?
Yes. Easily.
Who's better? Because I said she might be the best. But who would you say is better? All things combined.
I mean, people are gonna hate this. I don't think anyone's better than Roman right now.
I can accept that.
I mean, Roman's not like the technician. Like he's not a wrestler the way that Charlotte is. But Roman ain't gonna have a bad match.
No. I can accept that. I can take Roman.
Bianca's, I think the thing also is with you can buy into heels more.
True. Very
like
true.
you can buy into bad guys a little bit more. Like Bianca's, because Bianca's not a bad guy, right? Like she doesn't have that heel personality, so her mic work has to be a little bit different than like Becky's. Like Becky as a heel, like I love that. Like this version of Becky's character is incredible. Like she's great. But yeah, like Charlotte, she's up there. She, I'd have to like sit down and really try to like break this down. But yeah, she's there's a fair argument for her being number 1.
It's phenomenal. Yeah. And then, well, there's 2 things here. So I gotta ask my guy what he thought about Cody coming back. Because you want to talk about crazy pops. That was Cody, when that music and everything dropped, that was an AEW. It sounded to me that was an AEW Punk in Chicago type pop. Like that was a different pop than just, oh, we like this guy. It was, yo, he's back.
Yeah.
And I thought that was pretty dope.
I feel bad. Like I hated the idea of him returning. Like I thought him leaving, like the story of like Stardust and the character that he played and how WWE had essentially just they had put him in a tier where he was never going to be bigger. He was never going to outgrow that tier. He was always going to be a lower mid card guy at best. Like he was never, ever going to be higher than that. And they were going to dress him up in paint. And occasionally they were going to reference his dad and his brother and the Stardust character is really phenomenal. It's really an incredible character, but those types of characters can't go very far. Right. It's like, once you get there, you're not going any higher. And he had kind of gotten where he was going to go with that Stardust character. And he was like, yo, just let me leave. Let me go somewhere else. And they said, okay, fine, you can go. You can't have your name. You can't be Cody Rhodes, but you can go. It's like, okay, well, my name's Cody. And their workaround was brilliant because his wife went with him. And so they would introduce them as Cody and Brandy Rhodes. So they weren't saying Cody Rhodes, they were saying Cody and Brandy Rhodes, which was brilliant. But along that time, like, he worked for like every company you can think of. He had a list of guys he wanted to wrestle around the world. He worked for New Japan. He worked for Ring of Honor. He just worked all over the place. He worked independents. Like, he changed independent wrestling. And then came, All In, the birth of AEW. He was a huge part of that. Reading, listening to his presser after WrestleMania, where he talks about he never wants to be an executive like that. Just, that's not what he's here for. His dad did it. He took himself out of the title picture in AEW, so people didn't think that an executive was making themselves, in main event things. So I appreciated the fact that he left, quadrupled his value at minimum, and they came calling back. Like, yo, you're free. Oh, come work with us. Not only do we want you to come work with us, you could be Cody. You could be this character. You could be this wrestler that you've built over the last 5-6 years, whatever it's been, across the world. You can be that. And we'll feature you on WrestleMania against one of our top stars. There's one other note about that, and it's not about Cody, but it's about Seth, and it's about Kevin Owens also. To think what those two did for those two matches, they essentially built that program on their own. Like, Seth didn't have a guy to cut promos with. The whole storyline was Seth and his opponent, and he built that up and made it such a big deal that the internet got buzzing about who it was. And like, oh, it's too easy for it to be Cody. It can't be Cody. It's going to be someone else. Oh, it's going to be Shane McMahon. Oh, it's going to be such a letdown. When ultimately it was the guy people thought it was anyway. So
they got to get.
If he's happy, I'm happy for him. I just thought his story of leaving and then helping build AEW was so motivational. Like, I thought it would, he is essentially bet on himself, and I didn't want him to go back.
Right.
But if someone's throwing a bag at you, take it.
Yeah, and your point was proven. You've done everything that you wanted to do and set out to do. Now, if you want to get back into it, sure.
I mean, he essentially left and showed Vince McMahon, yo, I'm the dude. And now Vince McMahon knows.
Absolutely. I'll mention something else on our other break about Seth. But
Danny in San Francisco would be throwing his radio right now, boy. I tell you,
looking like Jerry West with that MVP trophy.
He'd be looking like that little Alexa that plays the Odyssey app. He would have thrown that joint through the. Yeah, he'd not be pleased with us.
But Roman winning.
That's the way it should be.
That's the way it should be.
That's the way it should be.
Really got hurt in that match, I guess. I didn't realize it, but seriously got hurt.
It looked rocky.
Yeah, and
no pun intended.
Great. Well, and then the other thing I was going to say is, I think they're setting up for WrestleMania Hollywood, whatever it's going to be called. I think that's going to be a major one. This one was actually so much better than I gave it credit for and thought it would be. I thought this was a good 2-night WrestleMania. But I think this Hollywood one is going to be crazy, culminating with, I think it'll be Rock versus Roman. The whole year lead up to this Rock versus Roman thing.
WWE has announced that Roman Reigns will make an address on tonight's Raw after WrestleMania.
Jesse was right. That boy Rock coming out there tonight. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. That boy Rock coming to Raw.
Cody.
Oh, my gosh.
Too bad we won't get to see it. I'm just going to check The Rock's Instagram account before we go, just to see what The Rock is cooking. Yeah. Okay. Nothing here. Nothing
Roman
here. No.
Dude, Roman is that dude.
Rock is working out.
I got it. Since he won, I got to. Oh yeah, not that
one. Man, boy, you are the struggle bus today. We're gonna step out.
I'm like, when did I change the page? I don't even remember changing the page. It's crazy.
We'll try it again. Acknowledge. All right. We'll come back. We'll acknowledge Matt George. He joins us. We'll talk Kings basketball. Maybe we'll talk a little bit more WrestleMania. Yeah. Who knows? We'll do that all as D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Yeah, right. What's up, buddy?
What's up?
Okay. How are you?
I had to jump on a little bit early. Y'all were talking Cody Rhodes, so I had to hop on.
Yeah, well, let's open up with Kings because we went long there with WrestleMania. We
Yeah,
went
that's fine.
13 minutes, and then
I'm ready.
There you go. Yeah,
I'm ready to top Kings. I need this.
Did you enjoy WrestleMania?
To be honest with you, I only watched 4 matches in full in their entirety. I didn't watch either show live. I watched Saturdays on Sunday, and I watched Sundays today.
Okay.
And just kind of skipped through most of the matches, but there are 4 that I watched live, which we can talk about on air or talk about right now. It depends what you want to do.
And both, but that's fine.
But I didn't have a single match. Well, I'm sorry. There was one match that I was like, okay, this is great, start to finish, fully entertained, absolutely loved it, and that was Becky and Bianca.
Yeah.
But other than that, like, I was underwhelmed by a lot of matches that I enjoyed, if that makes sense. Like Roman I thought Roman and Lesnar was great until the finish. Like I loved, I mean, I'm just such a Paul Heyman fan that anytime Paul Heyman's out there announcing, I'm hooked. I adore Paul Heyman. And then for Brock to basically do it for himself, I thought was brilliant. And Rock really did a good job, or rather not Rock, what the hell, Brock. And then Brock had some really good moments. I thought Brock kind of carried the match. Like I thought he did a really, really good job. I thought his facial expressions were good. I thought he
made it believable.
Yeah, he carried the match, I thought, really, really well. And then for it just to end with a spear, I was like, okay.
I was surprised by that.
Because the spear into the Kimura lock was sick. It's like, okay, I believe this hurts like hell. I love that Roman sold that his shoulder was out until like he got the belts and he was even struggling to lift the belt over his head. Like I like what Roman sold, but I don't believe Brock Lesnar would just go down from a spear after holding the Kimura lock for that long. I don't believe that. Like,
yeah, I'm not sure that he was selling anything. I think he really popped his arm out.
You really think so? You think his shoulder was really out?
there is a nasty, like, I don't know how they faked the bump. That thing on his arm looked gross.
Oh, really? I didn't see it. I thought it was a work.
I think it was on the spear through the barricade.
Oh, the barricade.
I think when he speared him through the barricade is when, because he immediately, like, his shoulder looked
that was
really
the beginning
odd.
of the match. That was like the first minute of the match.
Yeah, it was early. I think that's when he did it.
He ate all those suplexes with a bum shoulder.
Oh.
Jesus criminy.
Man, but he is a badass. I want to address, like, David wrote this. David, ESPN's been in the WWE business for a while now. I can't pinpoint it. Maybe 30, maybe WrestleMania 30, but maybe that's too far. But they've been in the WWE business for a while. They used to have a tab. I don't know if it's still there, but they used to have a tab on their website that had, for WWE. They used to do a segment on Sports Center before people were like, "Yo, what are you doing? Like, this is trash." They were doing like a kayfabe segment. And it was like, this is dumb. Don't do this. No, not actual matches, David. Just they just cover it, basically. Not matches, though. It costs a lot of money to get WWE matches. Amazingly.
Matt George, what's up, man?
What's up?
Oh, my bad.
We ain't even talk about Vince's stunner.
Vince actually, I caught it the first time watching it, and I looked it back to make sure. Vince pre-sold Stone Cold's
music.
Entrance. Yeah, because
he reacted to Austin Theory's music.
Because he's like freaking out, and I was like, okay, I already saw on Twitter that Stone Cold's coming out, but now, like, if I was watching this the first time, I'm like, okay, I know someone's coming out because he sold and then his sell of Stone Cold's music was way better. Like, he just like stunned face versus like a freak out. But Pat McAfee sold the crap out of that stunner, and I loved it.
Oh, it was so good.
His sell, and even Austin Theory's sell. Austin Theory went rock with his sell.
But again, right, that was more like Scott Hall WrestleMania 19, where he jumps up in the air and goes flailing. But I absolutely love that the gimmick is to just totally oversell the stunner.
Sell the absolute crap out of it, right? Yeah, but McAfee, I love if you're gonna have beer in your mouth, the just head going all the way back, spraying beer the entire way back out of your mouth and falling just total dead board backwards.
That was great.
Such a good sell. And I imagine McAfee, as big of a fan as he is of the WWE, like that's a bucket list item to be stunnered by Stone Cold, regardless of where you are.
I thought the bit on the floor was pretty funny too.
Oh, him drinking the beer after. He's like, whatever, I'll just keep drinking.
That was funny. He killed it.
Yeah, Vince selling that stunner was peak Vince.
Vince.
He looked
coming back, guys.
Bad.
Live on the Odyssey app, on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320, live on Facebook as well. Wherever you are, we appreciate you so much for being with us. We welcome Matt George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast, or as it looks, ladies and gentlemen, it is the return of Maddie McQueen. Maddie McQueen, of course, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. Drink responsibly, as our friend Matt George is doing here in the comfort of his own homes, as I assume you're drinking to celebrate the Sacramento Kings NBA record that they set yesterday. 16 straight seasons without a playoff appearance.
It's half that and half because I want Rick Ross to acknowledge me. If Kenny, you could hit that button for me real quick.
Oh, for sure. Acknowledge me.
Thank you. No, yeah, I mean, you got to numb the pain somehow. 16 seasons, ladies and gentlemen. We did it. And no one's ever touching that record.
Ooh.
Sacramento, baby. We're finally on top.
Wow. I mean, how do we even get here? 16 years. Are you for real?
I was talking with my coworker, Walt Gray at ABC 10 today. And he and I were discussing, like, before the play-in, over half the league makes the playoffs. And now with the play-in, close to 75% of the league makes the freaking playoffs. You would think once in 16 years, a team would stumble and BS their way into the playoffs just by freaking accident. And the Kings have had the talent to be able to stumble and BS their way in. And the fact that they've only won 39 games, that is their most games that they've won in a season over this 16-season playoff drought. And that season happened to be the year that their head coach was fired right after that. And the Kings completely fell apart the second half of the year after trading Iman Shumpert. Like, that's wild. And I did the math because I was bored watching the Kings game, as I typically am nowadays. And I did the math, like, over the 16 seasons, the Kings record is 466 wins, which sounds like a lot until you put it next to 807 losses. That's a 37 rounded up, a 37% win percentage. Like, we have sat through, not only have we sat through 16 seasons without postseason basketball here, y'all, we've sat through 807 losses. And it's going to probably be more because that's just to this point this season. We still got 3 games left to make that 810.
Oh, joy. Nice little round number of 810. There we go.
We did it.
So, man. Well, let's stay with the losing. Is there any one particular time that stands out to you, Matt, over these 16 years? Is like, this one was kind of gut-wrenching. I thought things would be different this year. I hoped they would, and they just weren't.
I mean, it's recency bias, but this season for me, truly, like this season, out of all the 16 seasons that I've been here as a fan for 16 seasons, covered the team professionally for 8 seasons. This is the roughest season that I've ever had. Just personally watching Kings basketball. Like, I remember watching, there was a 17-win season. That was the year that they should have gotten the number 1 overall pick. And of course they got number 4 overall because Kings. And that was the Tyreek Evans draft. But that year the Kings won 17 games. And I had more fun during that season watching Jason Thompson and Beno Udrich and Francisco Garcia in a meaningless basketball game than I did for the majority of this season. From the colossal disappointment that the roster coming into the season was, to De'Aaron Fox's struggles with Tyrese Halliburton, to honestly, the Halliburton trade and Domantas Sabonis coming in, even if I'm not celebrating Halliburton's departure, like that was the brightest part of this season for me. There are some fun moments, but like this moment is summed up, or the season is summed up by the courtside fan puking all over the floor. Like that is what this season will be remembered for me. And I have had the most difficult time watching and caring about Kings basketball. And I'm telling you, if I did not do it for a job, I would have stopped watching Kings basketball a long time ago. Like I dread Kings games half the time.
Do you think it could be fixed?
I mean, I actually, yes, I do, because I'm reinvigorated by the fact that the Kings are going into the offseason with a new all-star on their roster next to still their superstar, their guy in De'Aaron Fox. Like it's not a full reset, but it's a recycle in a way. Like, and there's a clear two here that we believe will work and should work, compared to like Fox and Halliburton. We always had optimistic viewpoints of them. And at the end of last season, we're thinking, okay, you could have something here. Halliburton was playing well. It was in the Rookie of the Year conversation. De'Aaron Fox had an incredible stretch a couple of times last season. We were hopeful that it could work, but we hadn't seen it yet, versus a point guard big man pairing like Fox and Sabonis. That's happened around the league millions of times over the history of NBA basketball. So we know that it can work. They just have to put the pieces together, and then McNair has to do a better job surrounding those pieces. So I believe the fix for the most part is already here in those two. Hopefully they can stay healthy for an entire season, and De'Aaron Fox doesn't wait until the Kings are 10 games under 500 to play at his best version of himself.
All right.
But McNair also has a bunch of work to do this offseason to get that group, the supporting cast that they still very much need.
What exactly, top three things for this offseason? What exactly are you looking at here for this roster to get them in a position where they can end this drought?
New head coach is always going to be number one. And I'm just excited for the Kings to hopefully, knock on all the wood on the planet, go through a legitimate coaching search for the first time in the Vivek Ranadive era, which, by the way, 9 of these 16 playoff-less seasons belong to Vivek. Only 7 belong to the Maloof. So sorry, Vivek. At no point over these 9 seasons, with all the different head coaches that the Kings have had, at no point have they gone through an actual legitimate coaching search. So I'm excited for Monty to go through that. Maybe, I mean, a guy that was in the Golden One Center sitting next to Steve Kerr, Kenny Atkinson last night, he better be at least getting an interview. He better be in a conversation. If you are interested in a guy like a Terry Stotts or a Mike D'Antoni or guys out of college, hell, Doug Christie, give these guys interviews and really go through a full-on process to find your guy. Don't just pluck the first sexy name available that your owner might happen to really, really want. That's the number one thing for me. And then for me, Casey, this offseason is all about bringing 5 definitive NBA starters and 4 definitive NBA rotation players into next season. Like we've talked about it before, this roster has way too much fringe talent. And I define fringe talent as guys that on one night are good, other nights kind of disappear, and guys that are like they probably would play on most teams, but some teams they wouldn't play. Like, we need to get rid of that. You need to have 9 guys on this roster that you can say, yeah, in any NBA market, they would have some kind of role. They would play a part. And I think Davion Jones is a guy that used to be a fringe talent that has now worked his way into that status for me. I believe that Davion Jones would be a rotation big on almost every NBA team in the league. That's how good he's been playing this year, and I hope he returns. But there's also like the starting 2 spot and the starting 4 spot. Those need to be answered without a question come training camp or come the start of next season. Even if your answer is Dante DiVincenzo or Davion Mitchell, which I'm a little skeptical of, starting at the 2, and then finding a 4 that is going to stretch the floor, fit next to Domantas Sabonis, and help this team with a little bit of defense. Like that's my wish list for this offseason.
You're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove, Dodge. Matt George, Manny McQueen, host of the Locked On Kings podcast, with us here. You said you're a little skeptical. That I assume it was of Davion Mitchell, or was it
Correct.
Dante? What are you skeptical about with him?
Well,
as a starting 2, to preface it, because that's how you mentioned it. You're skeptical of him as a starting 2.
Yeah, I put on social media, and it looked like I was trying to rain on his parade after that 4-1 road trip where he played really well. And until, I mean, he played okay against the Warriors, but until that game, he was on a ridiculous 10-game stretch, and I've loved every second of it. But I don't think it's a coincidence that the two best stretches that Davion Mitchell has played is when De'Aaron Fox hasn't been playing. Now, when Fox and Mitchell have played together through stretches with Mitchell coming in off the bench, they've looked solid. They look fine. And I'm okay with staggering minutes and having those two on the floor together, especially at the end of the games when you maybe need a defensive stop or two. I want Davion Mitchell on the floor in that spot. But I have a hard time believing, and this is where I'd love for you guys, for listeners to try and convince me. Like, I have a hard time believing that Fox and Mitchell will work when Fox and Halliburton didn't. And a lot of people had a hard time with me saying that Fox and Halliburton didn't, because in reality, they only played like 60 or somewhat games together, never completed 2 full seasons together. I understand that, but all I have to go by is what happened here. And you cannot tell me, based off of what we saw for the majority of the season when the two played together, you cannot tell me that it worked. You cannot tell me that it was a success, or that we saw more of a chance of success rather than a chance of failure. Like, for the majority of the time that those two were on the floor together, it wasn't working. One was having to take a back seat to the other. And Davion Mitchell is playing really, really well right now, putting up numbers that many Kings fans are hopeful that he can become that guy consistently. But he's not going to become that guy if he's playing next to De'Aaron Fox, because he's not going to be nearly as ball dominant as he's had to be over this 10-game stretch or 11-game stretch with both Fox and Sabonis out. So I think you're trying to shove a square peg into a round hole here. What I think is, I love the idea of Davion Mitchell as a 6-man off the bench. You can still get 25 to 30 minutes and you can play them on the floor together. But if you're trying to force Fox and Mitchell to work right after we saw Fox and Halliburton not work, I think you're setting yourself up to fail. I think Dante DiVincenzo, if I had to put my money on anybody on this roster being the starting 2 come October, it's Dante DiVincenzo, and I think that's the right decision, unless McNair upgrades that position this offseason.
I agree with a lot of the things you just said. Davion, who I really like as a ball player, just his makeup of how he plays the game, I really like that. But him at the starting 2 guard position, I just don't know if I like that for a number of different reasons. You laid out some beautifully as far as him being ball dominant. And yes, he's a rookie, so maybe he can learn some things. But right now, it doesn't seem like he can be effective next to De'Aaron Fox the way he is when Fox isn't there. You know, I just take it something simple for me at least, and I look at his shot attempts and points for the majority of his games this year. When he's shooting the ball, they usually mirror each other, right? When he's shooting the ball 15, 17, 18, 20 times, he scores 15, 17, 18, 20 points. When he's shooting 7 times, he scores 7, 8, 9 points. And what you're going to get when Sabonis and Fox is there, and then if they even make another addition to the lineup that we all want, and some random player, Julius Randle, for instance, something like that, Davion, you're going to have those games where you're shooting the ball 6 times. If you're dependent on him to do more than 6 points a night, like right now, he hasn't shown that he can be productive without the shot attempts on the offensive end. Now, he still brings it on the defensive end every time he's out there, and that's a positive. But I just think that at that shooting guard spot, you're going to need more than somebody that just is able to give you whatever he's able to put up, shot attempts he's able to put up. So I think Dante is the one as well. But I'll ask you this as well, Matt. I think they have 4 starting caliber guys right now, like on this team. And I made the argument last week about how, yes, they need upgrades. They need improvements on this roster for sure. But there aren't a lot of people in this league who are going out there with 2 all-star caliber players the way they have with De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis. I need those 2 as well to lift up everybody else, regardless of what this roster is looking like. I pointed to, there's some examples of teams that are ultra talented, but you have the Los Angeles Clippers. You have Minnesota, who has Cat and Ant-Man and D'Angelo, but D'Angelo is the equivalent to Harrison Barnes right now. You know what I mean? Like you don't have to have people like, go get another big fish. They already got 2 big fish. How many do you really need to get to the playoffs? We ain't even talking about a championship. Get into the playoffs. I need those guys to pick it up and make the others around them fit a little better and be better around those two.
And to your point, Casey, over the 16-year drought, we had a period of time where the Kings had 3 20-plus point per game scorers on their roster, and they still couldn't win a basketball game. So you're right. The Kings don't need to go out, whether it's through the draft or through trades, find another superstar to add to this group. If they did, hell yeah, sign me up. Bradley Beal, Jaylen Brown, Kevin Durant, come on down. I would love for it. It's not going to happen, or it's pretty unlikely that it happens without giving up one, if not both, of those guys. But that's where so much of the spotlight for me falls on Fox. And I'm not giving Domantas Sabonis a get-out-of-jail-free card here, but if you look at the limited time that Sabonis has played here in Sacramento, his numbers are virtually the exact same from his time in Indiana, which suggests to me that Domantas Sabonis is a consistent basketball player. He's a double-double machine. You know what he's going to give you on the glass. We know he can score. We know the Kings like to run the ball through him, and he can distribute. If anything, I want his outside shooting and his floor spacing ability to get a lot better, which is another reason why I have questions about Davion Mitchell as a starter. But it goes back to kind of what I said earlier on. For me, it's all about De'Aaron Fox, because him he gets off to slow starts. We've seen this before. De'Aaron just gets off to slow start. That can't be an excuse. That can't be he'll be just fine. Let's brush it under the rug and wait 20 games before De'Aaron to really show up and turn it on. Because damn it, if he's going to be like that for 20 games, the Kings are going to be 7 to 10 games under 500 by the time he wakes the hell up. Mm-hmm. And that's the big thing with me is going into this season, we had high expectations for Fox. He wasn't living up to it. And we saw part of the fan base already starting to turn on him and want to give the keys to Tyrese Halliburton. And you know what? They had a point in a lot of ways. Now the spotlight is completely on the shoulders of Fox, to where you finally got what you've been wanting. And I don't blame Fox for being frustrated going into this year with the last 2 drafts being point guards, and with him feeling like, man, I need some help. I'm not getting any help. I got my contract, but that's about all that Monte McNair has done for me. I don't blame him for being frustrated. Now your guy is here. And clearly you're appreciative based on the first hug that you gave the dude in that win against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Your guy is here now. You don't have the excuse of I'm on an island by myself, or my team is surrounding me with guys who take the ball out of my hands. You don't have that excuse anymore. So day 1 of next season, De'Aaron Fox has to be playing like an all-star or an all-star snub. Absolutely. He has to be that guy. That's the only way that the Sacramento Kings are going to make the playoffs, in my opinion. And my expectations are already clearly defined for next year. My expectations are not, hey, this team hopefully sneaks into the play-in. My expectation is this team better be making the playoffs with Fox and Sabonis as their core. And if they're going to make the play-in, they better be having at least one home game, meaning they're a 7 or 8 seed. Now, that's a big jump to expect when I expect the Western Conference to also get better. But I expect that, one, because, damn it, Kings fans, and I think at this point, after the season that I sat through and after 16 years of this garbage, I deserve to see that kind of effort and expectation, number one. And number two, I expect Monte McNair to be very aggressive this offseason and to put together a roster that if they don't make it, it's not on McNair. It's on those players. It's not on the coach. It's on those players for just simply not showing up. Those are my expectations. The only way that happens with the West improving like I expect it will be is if Fox and Sabonis, but I have more questions about Fox at this time, are the same guys game 80 or game 1 that they are game 50. And hopefully they're playing game 82 when it actually matters. Or they're resting them because they have a playoff seed locked up and they can rest heading into the playoffs, which would be a dream come true.
Well,
Maddie McQueen is fired up today. Matt George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast. You were talking about Davion Jones earlier, and it brings up a conversation that Kenny and I regularly have about guys like Davion Jones, Trey Lyles. And even, Davion to a certain degree. I feel like there are guys on this team right now that have shown they could be really good role players. Like they could be great guys to kind of build out the roster with. I think some of our concern and where Kenny and I differ a little bit is they need to be surrounded by better players. Like I feel like there have to be better starting players in front of those Trey Lyles guys, in front of Davion Jones. Obviously with Davion Jones there already is, but I feel like some of the guys that we have here that we've watched over the course of the last couple of weeks could wind up being really good role players when the rest of the roster is filled out.
The best way that I can think to put it, D'Lo, is when Davion Jones comes into the game, I want him to exhaust teams by the fact that he's coming in to replace Sabonis, who's already Domantas Sabonis dominant, and he's coming in and keeping that momentum going. I'm not expecting Davion Jones to play at Domantas Sabonis' level, but I don't want teams looking at time or Sabonis's time on the bench as a reprieve and a time to rest and recoup a little bit and make up some ground. I want them to go, well, thank God Sabonis is out of the game, or maybe we got Sabonis in foul trouble, but damn it, now we have to deal with Davion Jones. Like, the Kings need a roster of those kind of guys to where I want the backup point guard. If that's Davion Mitchell, I want Davion Mitchell to come into the game when Fox goes out of the game and they go, okay, we got Fox out and he's dropping like 10, 15 on our head. Here's a couple of minutes where he's resting. Oh crap, we have to deal with off night who's not going to let me touch the basketball or get a shot up. Like, that's what I need from the rotation. Guys deserve to back that up. And right now, the Kings, quite honestly, rely on some of those rotation guys to be the guy that exhausts the other team. And that's a recipe for disaster, in my opinion, for the Sacramento Kings. So you're 100% right. Like, that's where the Kings need to find 5 bona fide starters. I agree. I think there's an argument to be made, Kenny, that the Kings do have 4 if you're going to include Dante DiVincenzo in that conversation, or some may include Davion Mitchell in that conversation. I'm willing to listen to it. But that 5th one, that 4 spot as of right now, that's where I'm really going to be keeping a close eye on what Monte McNair decides to do, because there are some names out there potentially that you could go out and get. The perfect type player that you would want in that spot is a 3-and-D guy. But every team in the NBA wants a 3-and-D guy like the Kings are looking for right now. They're few and far between, and they're incredibly valuable, especially as a wing. So if Monty can fill that hole, I think it makes the Kings significantly better, even if that guy is not a top 3 or even top 4 scoring option. I think there are guys like that out there that McNair needs to find, absolutely needs to find.
Yeah, ask both of you guys a question. We come up with a universal deal all the time here on D-Lo and KC.
That's what we do.
Yeah, last year was Bagley and Buddy and 2 first-round picks. This year, universal deal seems to always include Rashawn Holmes. And we'll just take a random expiring, that's Justin Holiday, whatever the case may be. And I'll give you guys the choice of these 2, and you tell me what you would rather do. Include the first round pick this year or Davion Mitchell?
First round pick. Of course, it depends on where it ends up. But the first draft picks, and I think James Ham has put this amazingly in the multiple times that you've had him here on D-Lo and KC. Like, Kings draft picks have a million times more value before the selection is made than after the selection is made. So I think the Kings can try and milk that. Plus, like, I've seen enough from Davion Mitchell to know that even if he's not a starter, you can get quality out of him that will work. And the Kings don't have enough guys that play defense and play with the hustle and intensity on that end of the floor that Davion Mitchell plays with. And I will never throw that away for nothing. Not saying that the Kings would, but I would trade the draft pick. And I think, honestly, again, depending upon where this draft pick ends up, I think the plan or the likelihood for McNair would be to trade this pick at this point in time to find a already established NBA talent to plug into this team. I'm not saying that there aren't rookies in this class, and I'm still learning about this class. I'm not saying there aren't rookies that could come in and make an impact that the Kings are looking for. It would be amazing if the Kings somehow won the lottery and get number 1 overall, and then maybe their decision is a lot easier at that point. But I think the Kings are far more likely to find success by trading the draft pick with like a Rashawn Holmes or Terrence Davis or Justin Holiday or whatever package to bring in that guy or those guys that this team really, really needs to make an impact right now. Because again, the Kings basically have 2 seasons to figure this out and get this right, or Sabonis walks. I'm pretty confident at that time De'Aaron Fox is asking out and Monte McNair is probably out of a job. And then, guys, we're looking at 21 or 22 years of the Kings missing the playoffs after we're resetting again. So that's my outlook on it.
Yeah. What do you like? What's your assessment of the way Davion's played in the last couple of weeks? Like, he's obviously been the primary scorer. Not almost, but out of necessity with De'Aaron Fox gone and Domantas Sabonis gone. But, Kenny and I have discussed about, his kind of, shots per point, right? He's going to score 23 points on 22 shots. He's not necessarily the most efficient. And then versus Houston and versus Golden State last night, we saw it actually become something, much worse. And that's not just a concern that we're having here today. That's not just a concern we've had over the stretch of time where he's played big minutes. If you look at Davion through the entire year, it's kind of something that it really stands out when he has a good shooting game. And you realize what a difference maker Davion could potentially be when that shot's falling. It just doesn't regularly fall at that consistent of a rate. So how do you make, you personally, how do you make heads or tails of Davion's play over the course of the last couple of weeks?
Well, I'd be putting a whole hell of a lot more stock into it if he was doing this with Sabonis and Fox on the floor.
Yeah.
Like, it would be a million times different than it is right now, where, like you said, he's having to do it basically out of necessity. Who's going to take the ball out of his hands? Now, I've been kind of frustrated that Harrison Barnes hasn't stepped up more as the quote unquote third leading scorer on this Kings team with both those two out. But I also recognize that there's a very good possibility that HB recognizes he's at the end of the season. This time of the season is important for young guys, and maybe he's willingly taking more of a backseat to give guys like Mitchell and some of the younger guys the opportunity to create for themselves. I don't know if that's an excuse or not, but that's what I'm telling myself to make myself feel a little bit better about how HB has played over the last few weeks. To me, this is why I'm hesitant to have Mitchell be a starter, because I don't think the Kings can put Mitchell in the position where they're relying on his 19 point per game average that he's been putting up lately to win basketball games. The Kings need to put themselves in a position to where when he does have that 19 point game, they better freaking win. And I know there are going to be nights where Fox has a bad night. There are going to be nights where Sabonis has a bad night, and maybe you need that 19 points just to scrape by. And those games are always going to happen. But if Davion Mitchell is averaging 15 plus points per game next season, the Kings better be an above 500 freaking basketball team, or they are completely wasting it. That, or he's getting that 15 plus points per game because, once again, he's playing out of necessity because Fox isn't playing well, or Sabonis isn't playing well, or God forbid they're hurt again. So I just feel like I want to see Mitchell be efficient in his role. And I'm not trying to put him in a box and suggest that he's not capable of playing at the level he's been playing at for an entire season. I just haven't seen it with a winning squad at full strength.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I need to see first before I have real confidence in that.
Maddie McQueen, I don't know if we got your take on this hypothetical. You know, this guy that you mention his name in Sacramento Kings fan circles, and you get, some people love it, some people hate it. What do you think about Julius Randle?
I love Julius Randle. Like, I think D'Lo and I have had conversations about this before on Locked on Kings. Like, a lot of people were, I think, disrespecting Julius Randle in Kings conversations around the trade deadline. Now, I'm okay with the Kings getting Sabonis and not Julius Randle, don't get me wrong, but like, if Randle is the 4 that the Kings bring in, I'm certainly not upset about it, depending upon what they give up. Although I don't know what Randle's contract situation is right now, so
it's big. It's money.
It's pretty hefty.
I mean, but it's a Holmes, 2 other players, not Matt Barnes related. Like, you can get it done, or Matt Barnes, not Harrison Barnes. You can get it done without getting Harrison involved.
Yeah, then I'm all for it. I'm absolutely all for it. And look, I know he's had his issues in New York, and he's been kind of disgruntled this year after the phenomenal year that he's had. We saw him absolutely tear up the Sacramento Kings in Sacramento only a few weeks ago. And I know I don't expect that from him on a nightly basis, but I know he's not as bad as people were making him out to be. And even then, after that game, I still was getting hate on Twitter for saying that that he was being disrespected. I would love him in Sacramento. I also attribute the situation in New York to Tom Thibodeau a little bit, because this has been a consistent pattern with him and the last 3 stops that he's had: Chicago, Minnesota, and now New York. So I don't put it all on Julius Randle. Do I think it's a perfect fit? No, but Julius Randle makes the Sacramento Kings a significantly better basketball team, and he is one of those established NBA starters that I'm asking for. So I'm not going to be that picky.
Julius Randle's contract extension hasn't kicked in yet.
Oh,
he's owed $117 million moving forward.
Let me get some more McQueen here. Hold on.
Yeah, I don't care. It ain't my money. It ain't my money, but he's owed 23, 25, 27, a player option for 29 in the 25-26 season. So it's a big commitment to Julius Randle. But when this conversation first got started, it felt like there was a buyer's remorse coming from New York, where they felt like things were not necessarily exclusively with Julius Randle, but more as this big bing bong thing last year that sent the New York Knicks fans like Kenny Caraway over the top with the
Bing
Knicks
bong.
basketballs back.
I never liked Bing Bong.
I love it.
don't
I think
know.
it's hilarious. I
Yeah.
think it's hilarious.
Well, I think there was a realization like, yo, this might be a one-off. Like this team might not be constructed to get back here and do this again. And so Julius Randle, of course, being the guy who got the contract extension with some big money ahead, was the one who got the brunt of that.
Which, by the way, this is the wounded Kings fan of me that hasn't seen success in 16 years, but I would love for a Bing Bong one-off season in Sacramento just to change it up. I know it hasn't worked in New York, and it would put the Kings maybe in a worse situation, and it wouldn't be worth it at the end of the day. But boy, did they have fun in New York last season, and what I would give to have an experience like that just for a flash in the pan year for the Sacramento Kings. So Sacramento can steal Bing Bong. I'm about it.
New York had one, Minnesota had one, and now Minnesota's got themselves in a better position. We'll see what New York winds up doing. What was your favorite match WrestleMania over the weekend?
I was telling you off the air, I only watched 4 all the way through. My favorite match wasn't the best match, which the best match to me was Bianca Belair and Becky Lynch by far. Like start to finish, that match was incredibly entertaining. And Bianca Belair's finisher is one of the most like badass finishers I've ever seen.
It is
from not just a women's wrestler, a wrestler period. Like her finisher is just, it looks amazing. So I'm psyched that she won. I guess my favorite match, I guess it was Roman and Brock, but I was also telling you off the air, like I was underwhelmed by the ending of Roman and Brock, but those are two just such larger than life athletes, plus Paul Heyman, who I'm such a fangirl of, being involved. Like I love that main event. So I
be a fanboy.
no, fangirl. It's okay. There's an extra level. Like what some of the ladies are to Jonas Brothers, that's me and Paul Heyman.
That's all right. That's under.
Wrong with that. I just didn't understand why he just couldn't be a fanboy. But
take it up a notch. Matty McQueen. He's a couple glasses in now. Let Matty McQueen rock.
You never know.
Let Matty McQueen rock. I thought Cody versus Seth was really good. You asked me about Cody Rhodes earlier and about him coming back. I thought the match he had with Seth Rollins and the fact that those guys probably didn't have a ton of time to kind of get this worked out the way that they did. I thought that match was phenomenal, believable. I bought a lot of the near endings because I was like, they really gonna bring Cody back and have him lose? They're gonna have Seth lose at WrestleMania to the AEW guy? Oh, I wasn't sure. But I thought that was a hell of a match.
There were a lot of big names in this WrestleMania that fell on the sword in order to put another guy over. Like, and I was impressed by that. Like Seth fell on the sword to put Cody over.
I think they're in a position where they got to get him one next year.
Yeah, I mean, Kevin Owens, like he's fighting Stone Cold. There's no way Kevin Owens is going to win, but Kevin Owens is a believable, close to main event wrestler in my mind. Like I love Kevin Owens and I love his character. Like he fell on the sword to be beaten by old man Stone Cold. Like,
we're just going to ignore that old sword that Pat McAfee fell on, huh? We're just going to ignore the fact that an NFL player got his ass kicked by a 76-year-old.
You just be happy to be there and be a part of the show.
He didn't fall.
Yeah.
He didn't fall on the sword, D-Lo. McMahon gave him the sword instead. Thrust this through your chest, and he said, "Yes, sir."
That's very true.
I absolutely will. But
that's very true.
I have a new respect for Edge because my wife and I just finished watching the Vikings TV show, and Edge is actually a co-star in Vikings, and he's really good. Like really good.
No,
what?
My face is like this because I guess Damien, myself, and you were just on a late boat. The Queen Bee's out here watching all these Viking shows. Like this Viking, it's a Viking renaissance right now. What's going on with these Viking shows?
I don't know. It's on I don't know what
Netflix, right?
No, it's on Hulu. Well, Netflix now did a new Viking series that's kind of built off of the old Vikings, but we watched the old Viking series, and Edge is a star in the old Vikings, and he's really good. So I became a renewed fan of Edge. His entrance, he tried to be a little too much Triple H, but I love AJ Styles too, so I enjoyed their match. I watched that.
Well, that was a Brood entrance. I thought that was pretty dope.
Brood entrance, yeah.
Yeah, no, it was cool. And then like I'm such a huge fan of The Miz that I watched The Miz and Logan Paul's match against the Mysterios, which I'm kind of glad that The Miz and Logan Paul won. I wanted Paul to turn on Miz and not Miz to turn on Paul, though. It would have been better in my opinion because all the heat was going at Logan. He did a great job with it.
I wanted Dominic to crack his dad in the back with a head with a steel chair, but we don't get what we want.
Been waiting for that for like a year.
So is it
running around smiling together all of the time? Like, tell a story, do something.
Is it a thing at WrestleMania now to put all of the homeboys like ringside for every different match, and now every single wrestler comes down during their entrance and starts dapping up people? Like the amount of time, every single entrance, somebody went to. It wasn't just family. Like I get your family's there and you give them a hug and a kiss and whatever. And then they go walk into the other side of the ring and dap up some random dudes in like Austin shirts.
How many times did they have to let us know that they signed Fred VanVleet to a wrestling contract?
Oh my gosh. They keep like, again, you talk about waiting for a reaction that wasn't there. They put out his name, I believe, is Gable Stevenson. He is the plus size Fred VanVleet. And they were like, yo, come. And of course it's Randy Orton, like, because all of a sudden Randy Orton is like the all-around like good guy. Stupid. And he's inviting this dude to come into the ring, and the crowd literally reacts like this.
Yay.
By the way, speaking of family, y'all saw who was there, right? Right behind old Pat McAfee and Michael Cole.
Was it the Halliburtons? I didn't see it.
No.
Oh.
It was The Rock's mom.
I didn't know that. No.
It's still in play. The Rock's mom was in fact at WrestleMania yesterday.
Why was she at WrestleMania?
The Rock's mom is in Dallas. Just saying.
Yo,
Monday Night Raw starts in 90 minutes.
This is wild.
And we won't get to see it. Because Kenny suggested we go to a steakhouse. So
Baby doesn't eat steak.
That's what we're doing. We're going to a steakhouse so I can eat vegetables.
I'll go for you.
There was something else I was going to say about. Oh no, yeah, I think they owe Seth the way they owed Sasha Banks. I didn't know before last night Sasha was like 0-6.
He never won. Yeah.
And they owed her. So
Seth got a massive push when he beat Triple H a couple of years ago at Mania. Like that was a huge build.
Was that after? That had to be after the Money in the Bank, right?
Oh yeah. Right.
Yeah. So maybe he does it. I'm just thinking the last 2 years, Cesaro and then this one right here. You know, he's like he's fallen on the sword a couple times.
You know, but wait a minute. Hang on. This great story of Brock versus Roman. Let's not forget Seth beat Brock twice.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah. Seth beat Brock freaking Lesnar twice.
I guess
they don't owe Seth Rollins nothing.
I'll take that back. I'll run that back.
They don't owe him nothing.
That was the same year too that Lesnar decimated Cena. Like that was the same because Lesnar and Cena met.
No, that was a while later.
I thought
that was later. No, that
really?
was later. That was a few years later because he decimated Cena heading into
that was SummerSlam
31, WrestleMania 31, with where Seth cashed in. So it was a few years. It was because people forget we were talking about this on Friday. This Brock storyline or Brock Roman storyline, you could really stretch it out to the last 8 years.
I can believe that.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Yeah. This was a painful nostalgia show for me as well, with Taker coming out twice in a suit. I was like, ugh. And then having Triple H put his boots in the center of the ring. Like, I live for Triple H entrances at WrestleMania. I could do away with his matches, but Triple H always had badass entrances in Mania, and they always made me excited, even if I could care less who he was fighting and how he was going to win, even though he shouldn't. Like, so seeing him put his boots in the middle of the ring sucked. And then, like I said, seeing Taker.
Right. You guys saw that Ezekiel Elliott and Micah Parsons was there. This was like they do like their web exclusive stuff, and they talked to Micah Parsons. And
will you stop it? Will you stop it?
My style, but we're going back to the raw, rugged streets. That's where I belong.
You're
no athletes growing up, no movie stars.
You're ridiculous. That's Matt George. He's the host of the Locked On Kings podcast. We'll come back. More thoughts on the Kings.
My style.
And Kenny will remain an idiot when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Man, you love that stupid ass soundbite. Oh man,
Yay.
that's funny. Zeke.
Didn't that guy who the new guy, didn't he win like the national championship this year? Like a couple weeks ago?
Yeah.
Well, good for him.
It was weird watching a WrestleMania that didn't have Taker, Cena, or H fighting. Like it was so weird for me. Even if I know they're all old men that would probably, well, Cena's all right, but the other two would probably fall apart. Like it was just it didn't feel like WrestleMania to me yet. And also, like, I'm not the biggest fan of gimmick matches, and they had their fair share, especially with like the Jackass crew beating up Sami Zayn, which is at least a little bit entertaining.
That was awesome.
Yeah, it was fun.
That was entertaining as hell.
But like, it just felt like a lot of just straight up one-on-one matches, which I don't necessarily hate, but it's also like I would have liked a ladder match or a TLC or Hell in a Cell or something.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I thought, and I know you're not saying this, so I thought it was a damn good Mania. Like they did a good job with that show. Really good job.
It was really great to watch in an hour and a half. To get both Manias in an hour and a half was really good to watch.
I wish I could have done that.
That probably changes things a little bit.
To click
through Sunday night was probably a little better than having to do the whole 4 hours. So
yeah.
I was about to say something else. Damn, can't remember. There's something about wrestling. Can't remember. Oh, what's his name? What's his name really got hurt too, right? Boom.
Yeah, yeah. It looks like he did. I thought that was part of the story, but I guess he like tore his maybe PCL.
Oh. Oof.
That's another thing. The Kings, the WWE has made me not care or have any interest in Shinsuke Nakamura anymore. Like that's pretty crazy to me, because when Shinsuke came in, it was like, this guy is believable, like strong style, his kicks, like he's interesting, his entrance is badass. Now I'm like, oh, okay, Shinsuke's opening the show. Okay, here's an air guitar. All right, now he's gonna get his ass kicked by whoever. Okay.
I liked him before he had the Boone out there giving the intro and everything. I just like the music.
Well, yeah, his music is his entrance. He had a Mania entrance that someone just followed him with an electric guitar, and it was, or rather, electric violin, and it was sick.
Oh, that's the other thing I was going to ask. Damien, you can help me with this one. So say The Rock does come out today. We all know what time it is, WrestleMania Hollywood. What do they do with Roman for a year?
Have him dominate.
Like any match is almost like we know what it is. Like he's not going to have a real defense until WrestleMania.
Well, no. I mean, they had because remember, Cena Rock wasn't for the title.
I don't remember how they played that. So
they just,
in my head, that was for the
second year was.
The second year was, yeah, but that's when The Rock came back and beat Punk and ended Punk's like 500-day reign or whatever it was.
But they started that without the title.
Right.
They started it to Cena Rock.
Yep. So it was like Cena did other stuff. Like what they could do, because you probably don't want to have The Rock come out and say the biggest WrestleMania 1 year. You don't do that again, because that doesn't go over with the live crowd.
Right.
What could work is have The Rock come out, bring up family, do whatever, and Roman beats the shit out of him tonight.
Yeah.
Roman just beats the crap, and then that sets up The Rock coming back later, and WWE's favorite thing, going on Instagram or going on YouTube, or take advantage of your social media pages and just be like, all right, there's a time and there's a play. Yeah. Shoot, let The Rock win the Royal Rumble. Let The Rock enter at 30 and win the Royal Rumble.
Yeah.
And it's like, all right, so it's a title match, and then
I think
Rock gets his ass kicked again.
What did you do there?
You got
almost.
You gotta get your ass kicked again. I mean, and at some point you got to let The Rock's got to get up on Roman. Just can't beat him in a match. So
I think you could kill a little bit of time too by having the Usos feud with Roman.
Ooh,
we're coming back. You might have. We're coming back. I don't know. You can stay if you want to, because this is coming up on the air. Matt's still here. We're trying to book next year's WrestleMania. we're trying to figure out if The Rock wrestles Roman Reigns. How can we stretch that out over the next year? And I'm not sure that we really got where we're going, but there's a number of different ways that you could do it that don't play out like Cena and Rock did a couple of years ago. That plays out totally differently, and most of it involves The Rock getting beat up. So I think that has to be the underlying part of this. It's just Roman continuously beats the crap out of The Rock
for the next year. But Matt brought up a good point for even beyond The Rock is they've built up the relationship between Roman and the Usos to the point where if the Usos turn, like, that's a major story. If the Usos turn on Roman, that's a major story. I don't know if it's one of them can take out Roman and end his reign. I don't know if they believe one of those guys can do that, but I mean, the bloodline breaks up. That's a major story right there.
Well, you could have by Roman attacking Rock, basically saying, like, you could have his entire family turn on him to where you could have like Rock's against him, Usos eventually turn against him because they're tired of being abused, and you could build Roman as now he's king of the mountain by himself. Maybe even he has a work with Paul Heyman where they kind of dappled in this when Brock first came onto the scene, but you just kind of have him say, like, I'm by myself, I don't need anybody else, and have him just go as lone as possible.
We're really booking WrestleMania live here on the radio. Huh?
I forgot we were doing a radio show. I'm not gonna lie to you.
WrestleMania 39.
The other crazy thing about this, maybe we could talk basketball or whatever after this, but
I love Kenny didn't catch that was my thing to like move on. But no, go ahead, finish booking it.
I mean, I've got the guy who knows the most wrestling in the world right here next to me. I got to ask him a question. Brock really hurt Roman. Brock seems to. It feels like he goes overboard a lot. Is this?
Oh, I don't think so. You know who does? I was going to bring this up. You know who just throws dudes around is Randy Orton. Randy Orton just picks dudes up and tosses them to the side, like with who cares if your head lands on that monitor? No big deal. Who cares? He just like tosses dudes around like it's nothing. I think Brock is a little bit more controlled, but he's stiff. Like that's what like Brock versus Stone Cold wouldn't work. He'd murder Stone Cold. Like Brock versus an old guy or older guy wouldn't work. Like you need someone in there who can like take it.
Well, JBL used to be like that too. Like JBL was known for like he was going to kick the crap out of you. And I think I watched a documentary of JBL talking about his match with Cena, to where like that's where Cena gained his respect, is because JBL was hitting him hard. It was a Mania match, and Cena went right back at him and was hitting and wasn't pulling anything either. JBL was like that too. So Brock's not alone in that sense. Like there's a lot of stuff.
Not at all. But dang, he got my boy's shoulder, man. Come on, man.
He banged him up.
Because I didn't know he really hurt it, and I was watching and I was like, hey, I think it's kind of on that arm a little bit. Like that's kind of crazy.
I think Roman got hurt when he went through the barricade. Early in the match.
He did start messing with his shoulder then.
I think that's when it happened. Matt, you want to stick around?
I don't know.
I was gonna shift back to the Kings. You're welcome to stay if you'd like, or you could just leave the broadcast if you get tired with it. We'll just know Matt's sick of us and he left. But I want to reference something you said. I was going to throw back at Kenny, because Kenny, you had mentioned this when things really started to go kind of downhill for the Sacramento Kings, and that was
game 20.
Well, pretty much.
Not that long.
Pretty much. It was after that road trip when we kind of recognized, all right, we know what it is. We know where we're at. You said this is the most disappointing team of what's now the 16-year streak. With the 16 years being solidified, do you still feel that way? This is the most disappointing season for the Sacramento Kings of the last 16 years?
Yeah, I think so for sure. I mean, this is a team where, we thought at least they'd be in the play-in scenario. You know, with we outlined the West the way we saw before the season. We weren't necessarily wrong. There's weak teams. There's teams that aren't that good that are in the play. We didn't have the Lakers being where they were. That's probably the only difference. But people had Portland out. People had San Antonio possibly being out, and New Orleans down there as well. The Clippers, people thought the Clippers would fall off or something like that. So it was right there for them to be so much closer than what they ended up being. And we outlined all this, and the West was actually even worse than we thought. And they still couldn't get there. Yeah. And it's just another year of, for, you know, all intents and purposes, we've been playing and watching meaningless basketball for the past month. You know, they haven't been, you know, a serious team to watch for a while now. And it's just, yeah, it's definitely the most disappointing team that we've seen here in Sacramento.
I just realized something, and it's something I desperately wanted to do. And as I look at the standings right here, I realized I could do it. Remember how angry Rip City Twitter got when I tweeted that thing about Kyle Draper saying that the Kings should be better than the Portland Trailblazers? Well, the Kings are in fact 2 games better than the Portland Trailblazers. We could go hard at Rip City for this right now. Like, told y'all that the Kings would be better. One thing we haven't talked about, guys, the Lakers are going to miss the playoffs.
Hell yes.
Like, the Lakers are actually going to miss the play-in. Like, they're 2 games back behind the San Antonio Spurs right now. And I'm asking a question just because I'm a broadcast journalist. Is LeBron just chilling because he hurt his ankle, like legitimately hurt his ankle?
Mm-hmm.
Or is it like, I ain't going down on this ship. I ain't the band on the Titanic. I'm jumping off this joint. If y'all win a game, maybe I'll come back. But other than that, no, ain't going to be me.
He's the rich dude on the lifeboat with the women and children sneaking in. That's it. He's like, nah, pull a hood up, not me.
Yep.
I forgot where I was listening to this, but they brought up how maybe it was just like I don't know. I can't remember where it was, but they were talking about how LeBron strategically distanced himself from teams when, you know, it's going all bad. You know, like at one point it's us, and then it's like, you know, the guy's in here.
Yeah.
But, you know, just removes himself just slightly, you know, just slightly. And
a month ago, we out here, man. We're fighting hard. We're going to get through this today. Yeah, they're doing the best they can. I mean,
I wonder if LeBron is a WWE fan, because he treats real life NBA situations like he's playing a storyline on WWE, and he expects the audience just to buy it. Like, he's done so many things. Like, I mean, the classic example is the getting poked in the eye against the Golden State Warriors last year. Like, he is just a master at.
He saw 3 rims.
He's just trying to play narratives, and he thinks people buy it. Like, that's the best part. And I all respect to LeBron. He's the greatest of all time that I've ever watched. But like, LeBron will play these scenarios out, and I'm just sitting there, just come on, dude. Like, we all like, hell yeah, he's jumping off the ship. He doesn't want to be the guy who led the Lakers that couldn't even make the play-in, when last season he was bitching about the play-in because the Lakers barely scraped into that. Like, he was pissed about that too.
I was thinking about this last night when it was kind of, you know, another Lakers loss, and kind of getting clearer and clearer they're not going to make it. Is this, we talk about the most disappointing team in Sacramento Kings history. Is this the most disappointing team in NBA history? This 2021-2022 Lakers team? I mean, think about what people thought they were going to be. And not only are they not a championship contender, not only are they not in the playoffs, they're not going to make the play-in with LeBron James, Anthony Davis, Russell Westbrook,
Carmelo Anthony.
Carmelo.
Talking about names. Carmelo Anthony.
And like I said, people had their reservations. Nobody was crazy enough to say they weren't going to make the play-in. And here they are. Most disappointing team in the history of the league. I'll say it.
I mean, it's got to be up there. I mean, I think of the Steve Nash, Dwight Howard, Kobe Bryant Lakers, but they made the playoffs.
I was going to say there was another one. There was Bryant, Malone, and who else?
They made
Gary Payton.
Gary Payton, Carl Malone. Oh, did they make the playoffs?
They made the finals.
Yeah, I think I just think they didn't win the. There's the Brooklyn Nets team, the old version of the Boston Celtics.
Yeah,
there's that one, and then
they made the
playoffs,
though.
Honestly, this version of the Brooklyn Nets team is a massive disappointment.
They're in the play-in.
Yeah,
they
barely. Well, no,
like,
not barely.
Kyrie, KD, and James Harden wasn't to get you to a play-in.
Oh, you're right.
Where you trade James Harden and you probably have given up on Kyrie.
Yeah, no, you're right.
I mean, the answer probably, man, I don't know. This Brooklyn one is tough for me, but yeah, this Laker team not making the playoffs it's just amazing.
I could not be happier seeing super teams fail. I could not be happier seeing mega markets buying talent and watching it all fall apart. I love what's happening to the Lakers. I loved what's happening to the Nets. This is candy for me. This is the best part about this season for me.
That's not vindictive at all.
Do you buy Magic's story about what happened, where he had it set up where DeMar was coming to the Lakers, and the Lakers would have been able to do that, keep Caruso, only trade Kyle Kuzma for Buddy Hield, keep KCP, and they would have been better defensively. But LeBron and all of them decided they wanted to go with Westbrook. And do you buy that story from Magic?
All I know is I remember reacting or interacting with some Lakers fans on Twitter. Not that they speak for the whole fan base, but I like to believe so because I'm petty. I remember them telling me that DeMar DeRozan was a bum and nobody wanted him because of his time in San Antonio and how everybody had forgotten about him, and he was washed, and now he's balling out and playing at an MVP level in Chicago. So no. I hope that's true, just to make it more painful for them. I'm all about it.
Jeez.
And first of all, thank you, because I love listening to get my football now.
I got you, Urban. I got you there, buddy. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. This, look at outside of the Lakers, anything really surprising as the way this top 10 is going to shake out? I mean, Minnesota, I don't think Minnesota being in the play-in is surprising, given how bad the conference is. What is surprising to me, and this is where I was wrong, is Minnesota's 11 games over 500. I didn't have that. And this was a team that fought to get to where they were, because they were hovering +2, -2, 500 for probably about half the season, maybe a little less, but they were hovering a couple games above 500, a couple games below 500, and always these swings. And, now here they are at 45 and 34, pushing for a top 6 seed, probably not going to make it, but certainly pushed Utah to have to play the remainder of the season, plus, play really hard the remainder of the season.
There are a fair few surprises for me, especially in the West. I was way low on the Memphis Grizzlies and looked like an absolute idiot for it. But even those who are most optimistic about Memphis sure as hell didn't have them 55 and 23 at this point in the season. I'm also super low on the Dallas Mavericks. I still don't understand how they're 49 and 30, and that's not a disrespect thing towards Luka Doncic. I know he's amazing. The rest of that roster does not impress me, especially after trading Kristaps Porzingis. Not that he was any good anyway, but for some reason that team is they win because of defense, believe it or not. I did not have the Utah Jazz dropping all the way to 6, but I don't really trust them in the playoffs anyway. And then in the Eastern Conference, the Cleveland Cavaliers, they're in a play-in spot technically at 7, did not have them there. The Chicago Bulls I labeled as my team in the East going into this year. I always pick an Eastern Conference team to follow. I didn't expect them to be nearly as good as they are. I expect them to be a playoff team, but not like a 5th seed that honestly has still a chance to work their way into the top 3 or 4. There are a fair few surprises in the NBA that I've actually really enjoyed this year.
Probably all 10, but right now at least 8. But I'm confident they'll each win one more. Charlotte and Brooklyn are going to finish at 500 or above in the Eastern Conference.
Nuts.
Brooklyn will likely make the play-in at the 10 spot at, we'll say for argument's sake, 41 and 41. San Antonio, they have 33 wins. And they're the 10th spot. And then I remember people just do the top. Well, I guess it wouldn't be 16 anymore. Do the top 20 seeds. All right, let's see if we did that. If we did that, The Knicks are in.
Oh.
And the Washington Wizards are in.
Oh my goodness.
And we've eliminated the wait, let me double check that.
I think too.
Oh, the Wizards and the Pelicans will fight it out. But the Spurs are out. That's what would happen if we did the top.
I wonder what the Spurs are thinking. Like, what does this do for them?
I don't think they care.
They're saying, thank God we got Greg Popovich still on our bench. That's the only reason why we're here. That's what they're saying.
That's not. Is it a good thing for them to be in this situation?
I think their approach is
all those guys getting that experience, but I don't know.
I think their approach is we'll draft the right guy. Everyone will be healthy next year. We'll make a run at this. Yeah. I just think the question for them is, are they going to make a run at it with Greg Popovich or not? Which that's going to be the question now every year. It's like every year, is this going to be Pop's last? Because I think we talked about this before, Casey. I think you said it. Pop isn't going to do the Coach K gimmick.
Right.
Or at least I can't imagine Coach doing Greg Popovich doing the Coach K gimmick. He'll just be like, "Oh yeah, no, I'm done. No, that was it. That was my last year. I've coached my last game. I'm done."
Yeah, there's a little bit of a bad job by them. Like what do you mean? They need that pick. I think they might lose Lonnie Walker. You know, that's a big part of what they're trying to do. They haven't. I don't want to say they've drafted terribly, but the last two drafts haven't been like. They haven't knocked it out the park. So, I don't know. I look at San Antonio like, well, what are you doing? You got cap space or whatever. Man, no free agents coming to San Antonio like that.
But that's what makes it more embarrassing that San Antonio team, with all those reasons that you just listed, I know Greg Popovich is still their coach, but that San Antonio team has no business being better than this Sacramento Kings roster at any point this season.
Yeah,
that's what's so embarrassing about this year. Like that, like you mean to tell me a roster of Fox, Halliburton, Buddy Hield, and Harrison Barnes couldn't be better than that San Antonio Spurs roster? You mean to tell me that group is in the play-in conversation at the end of the year and the Kings aren't? Even if we didn't have this Domantas Sabonis trade and cover, like that's what makes this year so humiliating and frustrating from a Sacramento Kings perspective is everything is right freaking there, man. It's not just the 8th seed where the wounded Clippers who just got Paul George back. I mean, they're a game under 500 and they're in the 8th seed. They're going to have a home game during this. Unless they lose it with the Pelicans nipping at their heels, which probably won't happen. Actually, it can't happen. The Pelicans are too far back. So, like, they're going to have a home game and they've been wounded all season long. Like the door was wide freaking open if the Kings just gave a damn and played with any kind of effort for the majority of this season. And they just, man, they folded way too quickly.
Yeah.
You think we're going to let you go here for real this time? But
thank God.
When you join us next week, we're talking about the coaching vacancy.
Yes. I think the conversation starts there, and then we're all eyes on the draft. I think at that point too.
Oh, good. All eyes on the draft in April. Appreciate you, Matt. Thanks as always, buddy.
See ya.
That's Matty McQueen, Matt George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast. They've got a Locked On Kings podcast YouTube channel as well that you could check out on YouTube. But it's a great Kings podcast. He posts just about every single day. He mentioned the Los Angeles Clippers right there. Did you know?
Oh,
FX has ordered a limited series based on ESPN 30 for 30's podcast, The Sterling Affairs. I think Ramona Shelburne put that joint together, if I remember correctly. It's not the story. It's a good story. I thought it was a hell of a podcast. I'm looking forward to this FX limited series. That's not the story. The story is they got Lawrence Fishburne to play Doc Rivers.
Oh, wow.
Come on, man. They got Lawrence Fishburne to play Doc Rivers, and I am here for it.
That's big time.
I need to hear that play out.
Hey,
I need to hear Lawrence Fishburne as Doc Rivers.
Do you think winning time might have changed the game here?
You mean television?
Yeah, well, like not before it would be everybody trying to get The Last Dance, the documentary, the 30 for 30.
No.
Winning time.
No.
You don't think so?
I don't think so. Because I don't think there's a lot of teams that you could do that about.
I think there's more than you realize.
I think there's a few. Like you could do about find a book that Perlman wrote. You could probably do it on them. Like, because the first thing that comes to my mind is you could do it about them Dallas Cowboy teams. You gonna reenact the Michael Irvin barbershop scene? Like you could do that.
Oh,
I mean, like, but I don't know. I don't know who else. You can't do it on the Bulls because we just had like you can't. You just had the Last Dance.
Do it anyway.
You do it on Rodman, I guess.
Yeah, you do it on the Bulls. You could do it on Kobe and Shaq, those Lakers. Then you get in other sports. You can do it on the Mets, 86 Mets.
Oh, yeah. Okay. But they did a 30 for 30 on that. It's kind of like everything has been told. If there was a 30 for 30 where Jerry West was like, man, I was so pissed I threw my MVP trophy through the window. Then it's like, then the impact of this stuff, whether fact or fiction, it's far less.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, but that wouldn't stop them. I'd watch.
I'd give it a shot. I mean, I'd give it a shot. I wasn't sure what this winning time was going to look like, but it's solid. I'm an episode behind.
The people, Bad Boy Pistons, maybe do something on them. You know, people always, what they say, in the NFL is a copycat league. So is entertainment. It's just
same thing.
How many housewives do we have now?
100 at least. At least.
How many Love and Hip Hops do we have now?
Kanye dropped out of Coachella. Oh, that's going to anger some folks. Well, enjoy the national championship.
Who do you have? You got UNC.
We'll be watching it sometime tonight around 11. No spoilers, please. You can listen to the game. It's in entirety here beginning at 4:30. Coverage for the national championship begins here today at 4:30 on ESPN 1320. We know today's show was a little bit different. We appreciate you so much for being with us, and we will be back to your regularly scheduled program tomorrow at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Holla. So thanks to Davion. I saw the channels option on Peacock, and WrestleMania 1 is on right now.
So there's a great nugget in there because I stumbled across that. Not stumbled across it. I had it playing. Who is it? Is it Tito Santana? I think Tito Santana is wrestling Matt Bourne.
Rick
no,
Steamboat.
Tito. No,
Steamboat.
Ricky Steamboat is wrestling Matt Bourne.
I'm watching it right now.
Do you know who Matt Bourne? Do you know who that is?
It may be. I'm trying to look. This is Steamboat, right?
No, it's Ricky. Yeah, you're right. It's Ricky Steamboat versus Matt Bourne. Do you know who Matt Bourne is?
No.
That's Doink. That's the original. There were like 4 Doinks. There's like 4 different Doinks, but the original Doink, who the whole like evil clown character was based off of, that's who Ricky Steamboat's wrestling right there.
Doink come in as a heel?
Oh yeah, he was an evil clown.
I don't remember Evil Doink. I only remember
Evil Doink was really good. Like Matt Bourne's like that character was really good. Like because it was like the Stephen King joint. It was terrifying.
Yeah, that seems like it would make sense.
And it worked. But then they like I think they fired Matt Bourne, and then like someone else did it, and then that's when the babyface thing. Oh, you know what helped turn him babyface was the double Doink at WrestleMania 9. Like that, that got over, and it kind of turned him into a babyface.
Yeah, that's crazy. That was what? This is 80, 82,
85,
85, and then
85.
That's not that long. About 10 years later, maybe less than that. They're doing Doink.
Yeah. Evan Bourne, yeah. No, Evan Bourne was in fact not Doink the Clown.
And Steamboat was kind of yoked.
Yeah.
I didn't feel like he was that way when in WrestleMania 3. Kind of tough here.
In that ridiculously overrated match with Macho Man.
There's no way he was this big in WrestleMania 3. I'm gonna have to go back and look now. This is gonna bother me.
Can y'all hit the thumbs up before you go, please? Jesse, what's the plan today? Are we doing videos? Okay. Are you going home? Are you going home first? Okay. All right. And then Charlie's going tonight, right? Okay. So that game I didn't know if that game could run on its own or not. Okay.
Maybe he was.
Hell if I know.
Let's see. Yeah, Capitol Mall. You could go to. See, actually, they have one right, like the one right across from the arena is closed. I think Morton's validates for all that stuff. I think.
We'll just
or
validate.
Like $10 when
tell
I
them
something like that.
Tell them we're here for Kenny, and they'll probably just take the car for free.
I feel like Macho Man was a small package type of guy.
That's how he won WrestleMania 3 right there, was that small package. Actually, Randy didn't win. What's his name won?
Was Steamboat did the small package?
I think so. Yeah, I think that's how the match ended. After all of those false finishes, he just grabbed him and rolled him up, and it was like, oh, that's the match. Huh?
Yeah, I couldn't get into the building earlier because I don't have an ID. I don't have a key card, nothing. Went in the building. I had to ring the visitor's doorbell. Joe saw me.
Yeah. I had to call Jesse. I was like, hey, Jesse, can you come let your boy in? I thought that was your car too that I parked next to. You know, you didn't bring the nice car out. And I thought, man, or nicer car out. I thought, is Kenny sitting in the car or he get in? Like, damn, they gave Kenny a key and didn't give me a key.
I had to work early. I had to get there early and work, you know, because I didn't know who I was going to have to call, you know, all that stuff. So, yeah.
All right, y'all. We're getting out of here so we can not watch the national championship.
You guys enjoy the game.
Story of my life. Story of my life. All right, man. We'll see you. Thank you, guys. We'll see you guys.